we go. Okay, now we have some sound. Let me do this again. Let me welcome everyone to the September 18th hearings before the Board of Municipal and Zoning Appeals. A few preliminary items. Please turn off all cell phones, or at least turn it to vibrate mode. Also, if you have the need to have a conversation with anyone, please take it out into the hall. The reason being that cell phones and conversations are not only disruptive to the hearings, but these proceedings are being recorded, and the conversations and microphones interfere with our recording of that. These are being also not only audio recorded, but video recorded, if you'll see the cameras on this wall and in back of me. We have a few postponements. Anyone who has signed in on these cases will be notified of a hearing date, and I'm going to read out the postponements. We have case number 2018-248, 1708 West Rogers Avenue has been postponed. We have 2018-296, 2701 Boston Street has been postponed. And finally, we have 2018-306, 2421, 2425 to 2427, and 2431 East North Avenue that has been postponed. We do have one other request for a postponement, and there's been some opposition to that postponement, so I'm going to call that case now. And that case is 2018-249, 6008 Old Harford Road. So if everyone would come up just for the purpose of the postponement. Come on up. Sir, state your name for the record, please.
Okay. My name is Pastor Gori Ati.
Okay. And who's going to be speaking? You want to speak?
Mia Blum, President of Hamilton Hills Neighborhood Association.
Okay. And Mr. Ati, you have requested a postponement. Tell us, you've already requested one and have gotten one postponement. Why do you need a postponement today?
Yes, my attorney, Mr. Richard Miller, said he will be able to come today because today is his religious day, that he will be outside. So he want to stay home with his family because of his Yom Kippur today as a Jewish. Because of that, he will be able to come. And I felt I should postpone it because he will not be available.
Well, it would be better practice if he would let us know ahead of time about a holiday that would preclude him from being here. So my inclination is hesitantly, but my inclination is to grant you the postponement, but I'll poll the board. James?
I think we should hear it.
Hear it?
I think you should hear it.
And if he's representing his counsel, I don't think it's fair or appropriate to force him to go forward without counsel. That's his decision to have counsel.
Well,
Is that who it is?
yes.
Counsel for
Yeah.
this party?
Yes.
Okay.
Does that change your?
It does.
Okay. So we're going to grant the postponement. Do not come back to us again for a postponement.
Okay, thank you.
Okay.
God bless you.
The holidays are in my cell phone, and I've known this date since the day after the last time I showed up. So why wouldn't the lawyer have known for the last 2 months?
I hear you, and I've made that comment. We will not grant another postponement.
Okay. The dilemma is, it's a working class neighborhood, we all have jobs.
I understand.
And we're taking vacation days to make sure justice is served correctly in the community. So, okay. Thank you.
Thank you. So we will generally call the cases as they appear on the docket. One of the things that we have found out over the years is that if there's opposition to a case, sometimes the parties have not spoken, and sometimes if they do spoke, they can get things resolved. We're going to give the cases here with opposition the opportunity to do that, but please be aware that even if you and your opposition agree on some resolution, we will still rule on the case based upon the zoning code. So when I call, just stand up, because the purpose of this is just to determine if the parties want to speak. 2018-72, 1401 to 1407 Woodall Street. I see Mr. Murphy in the back. Mr. Murphy is,
We're here.
do you guys want to have a conversation to try to resolve, or
I
have?
think so. We've talked quite a bit.
Fine, and that, I understand. Thank you. Next case for which opposition is signed in is 2018-259, 4018 Edmondson Avenue. Who's here in who's here? Oh, sorry, can't see it. Are you the appellant or the opposition? You're the appellant. Who's in opposition to 2018-259? Okay.
Rochester Anderson. Rochester Anderson.
All right. 2018-259.
4018 Edmondson Avenue.
That's what I thought, 4018 Edmondson Avenue.
Right.
Yvonne Turner,
Yes, ma'am.
that's me.
We have a Cynthia Shaw signed in as well. Cynthia Shaw.
Okay. Next case for which there is opposition is 2018-291, 3309 Chesley Avenue. Are you the appellant? You're in opposition?
Opposition.
Opposition.
Opposition. Who's the appellant? You're the appellant? You're opposition too.
I don't know.
Stephen Simoniak?
We have already met too.
Is he here? Are you representing Mr. Shimoniak?
I'm with Mr. Simoniak.
Okay.
Do they want to, we can talk some more if we,
Do you guys want to have a conversation?
No, I don't think that there's any more
Okay.
conversation.
okay, thank you.
Next case for which there's opposition is 2018-295, 4500 Erdman Avenue. Okay. Who's the appellant? You're the appellant?
Yeah, that's my wife's name, and I'm managing that.
Okay. The opposition, do you all want to have the opportunity to talk? Okay.
No opposition?
I guess not. We'll call your case in turn. Just have a seat.
Mr. Chairman, we have a whole bunch of people who were here 2 weeks ago. Should they sign in again, or having signed in before, is that enough?
We know you have opposition, Mr. Murphy, so when you call your case, we know you have opposition.
They don't have to sign.
No.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Next case for opposition is 2018-304, 3107 to 3109 Erdman Avenue. Okay. Who's the appellant? You are. And your opposition? Do you all want to have a conversation?
Yes. Yeah, we'll see.
Okay. You're pretty far down the docket, so why don't you take the opportunity? All right. We're now going to call the cases that are on our consent docket. These are cases for which the zoning board has sufficient information in our files to approve the appeal. So I'm going to call a series of cases. As I call your case, come up and line up to my left. First case on our consent docket is 2018-286, 1008 South Kenwood Avenue. Okay. Next case is 2018-287, 1623 to 1633 East Lombard Street. Next is 2018-294, 300 South Smallwood Street. Next case is 2018-297, 210 South Central Avenue. After that is 2018-301, 411 Griffin Court. Derek? 302, is that consent or not consent? I've got it, consent.
Yes.
That's consent.
Yes.
Okay. And next case is 2018-302, 634 Cherry Hill Road. / 2018-303, 2121 Moyer Street. 2018-305, 3500 Boston Street. And finally, last case, 2018-307, 3901 and 4001 Boston Street. Sir? I'm sorry, sir, I can't hear you. Yeah, we'll call your case. All right, let's get everyone sworn in who's going to provide testimony.
Raise your right hands, please. Do you swear or affirm the testimony that you're about to give in this hearing will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes.
Okay. First case is 2018-286, 1008 South Kenwood Avenue. Lisa Junker.
Hello.
This is to construct a second-floor addition over rear garage and used for art studio and office, correct?
That is correct.
Do we have any staff reports?
Nothing from planning.
Are there any conditions to this?
Staff had noted that the proposed plans did not indicate any kind of a second dwelling unit, so we recommended to the board that as a condition of approval that the space built out simply would not be used as an additional dwelling unit.
Correct and understood. Also, no kitchens included.
Okay. Ms. Junker, we have reviewed the case, has sufficient information to approve your appeal.
Excellent, thank you.
And why don't you stay here, and I'll get you out of here. 2018-301, 411 Griffin Court.
Yes, thank you.
Lisa Junker, again, to construct two-story rear addition, correct?
Yes, that is correct.
Staff reports?
Nothing from planning.
Okay. Zoning Board, having reviewed your case, we believe we have sufficient information to approve your appeal.
Excellent,
Thank
thank you
you.
very much. Take care.
Next case, 2018-287, 1623 to 1633 East Lombard Street.
Hi, Steve Tiedemann, and to my right is Kim Wireman from Power Recovery. Sorry.
Great.
Kim.
And this is to use premises as offices?
Yes, sir.
Great. Staff reports?
Yes, sir.
Zoning Board, having reviewed your case, believe we have sufficient information to approve your appeal. Thank you.
All right, thank you so much.
Thank you.
2018-294, 300 South Smallwood Street.
Yes.
State your name, please.
Kareem Robinson.
And Mr. Robinson, we have Mr. Lewis as the appellant. What's your relationship to Mr. Lewis?
We partners into the business we're trying to open.
Okay. And this is to use first floor as a convenience store?
Yes.
Great. Any staff reports?
Yes, sir. Department of Planning has heard some concerns from the community and recommends approval of the application, if granted, be subject to conditions responsive to the community concerns about loitering at nearby similar stores in the community for the safety of residents in the community.
Okay. Did you understand what Mr. Tizo has just said?
He gave me conditions.
Okay. Okay. Very good. Zoning Board staff, having reviewed your appeal, believes we have sufficient information to approve your appeal. Thank you.
Thank you.
2018-297, 210 South Central Avenue. You state your name, please.
Robert Bathurst.
Mr. Bathurst, we have this to subdivide into two lots, retain university use on north lot building and an unoccupied south lot building. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Great. Do we have any staff reports?
Planning recommends approval. We had previously reviewed this subdivision a few years ago and has since expired, so this is a do-over.
Okay. Great. Anything else? Zoning Board staff, having reviewed your appeal, believe we have sufficient information to approve your appeal. Thank you.
Thank you.
2018-302, 634 Cherry Hill Road.
Yes, sir.
You state your name, please.
Tim Schindler,
Tim, spell the last name.
Schindler.
And Mr. Schindler, we have a Jeff Macriam.
Matron. He's my
Macron?
coworker.
Okay, very good. And we have this to install a new rooftop telecom facility, 3 antennas with rooftop equipment. Is that correct? Okay, any staff reports?
Mr. Chair, that we didn't submit any official response in writing. There are existing antennas on the roof of this building. Recommend approval subject to painting to match and leaving the equipment as shown on the plans.
Okay, and do you agree with planning's conditions?
Yes.
Great. Zoning Board staff, having reviewed your appeal, believe we have sufficient information to approve your appeal. Thank you.
Thank you.
Next case, 2018-303, 2121 Moyer Street.
Yes, sir.
State your name, please.
Ethan Cottrell.
Mr. Cockrell, this is to construct raised rear porch deck. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Great. Any staff reports?
No, sir.
Zoning Board, having reviewed your appeal, believe we have sufficient information to approve your appeal. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
2018-305, 3500 Boston Street.
Yes, sir.
You state your name.
Catherine Blackwood.
And Ms. Blackwood, we have this to install a new rooftop telecom facility, 6 antenna with rooftop equipment.
Correct.
Great. Any staff reports?
Mr. Chair, similar conditions to before, paint to match and leave them as installed in the exhibits shown in the file.
Great. Thank you. And do you accept the conditions from the planning department?
Yes, sir.
Great. Zoning Board staff, having reviewed your appeal, believes we have sufficient information to approve your appeal. Thank you. And finally, 2018-307, 3901 Boston Street and 4001 Boston Street.
Good afternoon, Justin Williams from the law firm Rosenberg Martin Greenberg. I'm joined by Alex Mandel from BCP Investors, the applicant.
Great. And we have this to erect 4 wall signs on known as 3969 Boston Street and erect a 30-foot high freestanding 255 square foot sign on northeast corner of 4001 Boston Street.
That's right. There's a couple other signs that are included in our package, and I have a packet of materials and exhibits to support the grant of the request of relief.
Great. And Mr. Bumgarner, we have those in our...
That is correct.
Great. Any staff reports?
Mr. Chair, only to note that this is no longer within a plan unit development, having been repealed, so this is within your jurisdiction now.
Great. Thank you. Zoning Board having reviewed your appeal, believe we have sufficient information to approve your appeal. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, we're going to start running through our regular docket. Is Mr. Murphy Mr. Murphy?
Yes, sir.
Is everyone here for your case? I know you had a fairly large group and there's been some difficulty getting through the security. All right, let's call.
I'm not sure the developer's here. Is he here? I haven't seen him.
All right.
Mr. Wallman.
Well, given the,
Mr. Wallman and our team was under the impression this was going to be moved to the end of the agenda. So
I don't know how they got that impression, but
I don't know either, but that's what he told us yesterday. But he's here. He's here for another. He will be here for another case earlier. But
okay.
But I'll call him right now.
All right, call him right now.
His other case got postponed.
All right, next case, 2018-127, 3205 Mardell Avenue, Casey Jackson. State your name for the record, please.
Casey Jackson.
Mr. Jackson, we have this to use as 6 dwelling units, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Great. Do we have any staff reports?
I have nothing.
Mr. Chair, Department of Planning recommends disapproval because the amount of lot area variance needed for approval is excessive in relation to the amount required by Table 9401. We also had concerns about parking to be provided. In speaking to the applicant at the beginning of the hearing, I think he has some information that might mitigate that.
Okay. Tell us what you want to do, Mr. Jackson, and then I appreciate if you could address the concerns raised by the Planning Department.
Yes, sir. When I purchased the property, the expectation was for expansion.
Excuse me, could you speak up, please?
When I purchased the property, the expectation was for expansion from 4 to 6 units, And in leading up to this, I learned that I had to go through this process. The builder already had pre-existing 6 units. He lived in one, and the other one was a workshop. And he rented out the 4 units on top. He since passed 2011. I took over in 2013, and I went to pursue the make it 6 units. The parking issue is off-street parking. The concern from the planning office was that there would be insufficient parking. There are 6 parking spots included in the package that I provided off-street. There's ample on-street parking as well on a street that does not receive much traffic.
So when you bought the unit, I mean, to make sure I'm clear here, it had 5 dwelling units and 1 workshop?
It had 5 dwelling units, and the workshop had a bathroom, laundry facility, and partial kitchenette. So in all essence, it was 6 units pre-existing.
Mr. Baumgarten, what history do we have on this?
According to the printout from the Department of Housing's website, the prior use of the property, we have it as 4 dwelling units. I'm looking at work permits that were issued in 2018, listing the property as 4 dwelling units. A work permit in 2003, listing the property as 4 dwelling units.
Okay. Yeah, there's a difference, I think, maybe here between lawful use and what was actually happening, because as far as the city's concerned, there were only 4 units in this building.
Correct, and that's why I'm here to
Right. Okay.
apply for a permit to get registration.
Okay.
Do you reside in the building?
I do not. I do not. No, sir.
Any questions from the board? Nope. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Next case is 2018-259, 4018 Edmondson Avenue. Yvonne Turner? They're outside? Okay, we'll pass on that one. All right, 2018-283, 422 East Randall Street. Daniel Przybisky, and I may be pronouncing that name very poorly.
Daniel Przybisky.
Yes. All right, sir, let me get you sworn in.
Raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm the testimony that you're about to give in this hearing will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
And we have this to retain rear attached 1-story, 1-car garage. Is that correct?
Correct, yeah.
Do we have any staff reports? Okay. So tell us what you want to retain and why you want to retain it.
We want to retain, asking the board to retain the existing garage as it currently stands. I actually have 13 letters of support from the community, including both adjacent neighbors and other residents in the community. I gave some background, I guess, when I processed the submission, some of the permits, plans, inspections, all the necessary items. I guess I want to make clear we're not asking for forgiveness for something we did illegally or anything. We truly still believe that we went through the correct process to get the permits and plans approved. As you know, getting inspections and permits is not an easy task by any means. So I guess this was done maybe year and a half to 2 years ago. I guess there was a neighbor or possibly a competing developer that has continually complained and had caused some issues for Mr. Jeff Beal, zoning administrator. So we're kind of coming here just to kind of make sure everything's on record correctly.
Is the footprint of the garage beyond your lot lines?
It is not, no.
Was this built according to the specs and the permits that you were granted?
Correct, yes. And approved by building inspector, and also multiple on-site consultations with the building inspector to make sure we were on the exact same existing footings that were there. So 100% yes.
Okay, so are we dealing here with a revocation of permits? Is that what happened in this one?
Yes.
Do you know why they revoked the permits after the fact?
To be honest, not 100% sure, no. I think Mr. Villa there was some discrepancy if that was 100% lot coverage, and we're arguing and believe so, and based on the conversations we had with building inspectors and on-site engineers and everything, that we were building directly on the old footing. So we feel like we were 100% lot coverage, and I guess maybe a Google Earth image or something has maybe been the issue, is saying that there was a structure knocked down and Google Earth drove by. I mean, I think that's as simple as that. I hate to say it, but I think that's the discrepancy that they're saying, that we possibly weren't 100% lot coverage before.
But you had mentioned that you have a minor privilege permit, and I see something in the record
do,
here.
yeah.
But you stated that you've built within the lot. By definition, a minor privilege means
Oh.
you built outside of the lot.
Okay,
Can you
yes. We do have a
explain
minor
that for us?
privilege for the extension of the garage. I apologize. That was an incorrect statement. Yeah.
And has that permit been revoked at this point?
That has
or-
not been. Yeah, it's a current tax bill. We've paid it every year. The new owners have paid it every year.
When was that granted, the minor privilege?
I researched it a long time. I'm not 100% sure. I think it's 20 years plus. It's an old permit that I couldn't find at the right-of-way department. They said I had to go up to legal, and we couldn't. It was I couldn't go any further than that.
We have the bill here, but I'm looking through it to see if there's a date on the original minor privilege, and I'm not seeing it.
Mm-hmm.
Definitely
So-
since I've owned it. I mean, it's been.
Well, that was going to be my question. So you were aware of the minor privilege that was granted for this, and you built out to that line?
Correct, yes. Yeah, transferring through 3 different owners so far, everybody said the minor privilege was always in place, and the previous owner of mine, I think there's only been 3 owners of the property. The original, I think she's owned it for like 80 years, so that's kind of the background that I could find out.
Okay. Any other questions? No. Thank you very much.
Would you like the letters of support, or?
If you'd like us to put them in the record,
Yeah, I'd
sure.
like to put them in the record.
Great, thank you. Next case is 2018-285, 3301 Windsor Avenue.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. Could you state your name for the record, please?
Aaron Harding.
Mr. Harding, we have this as to erect a 6-foot-high perimeter fence. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
And do we have any staff reports? Okay. So why don't you explain to us why you need a 6-foot fence?
Okay, this.
Oh, I'm sorry. I got to get you sworn in.
Raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm the testimony that you're about to give in this hearing will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Well, we bought this property, and my wife and I, she wanted to turn it into assisted living, and this is the architectural drawing, which we got a permit already so when we look out, because we start doing some inside work on the property, and it's being vandalized. We spent like $28,000 just put in the windows, and they start breaking up already. And they set the back of the building afire. My neighbor took out the fire department, and this is the incident for that.
Do you want us to make these materials part of the record, or do you want them
Yes,
back?
for that one, you can make that a part of the record, but you
You
can
want-
keep those copies. And these are pictures. I've looked around. There's other building within the same street with this fencing, and we not only want to build a fence for the security when we finish the project, but to enhance the community. And when we finish this product, it's going to hire people in the provide some employment. And so we just want to secure the building because there's a lot of vandalism taking place. These are photos of the building and photos of adjoining building on the same street. You can keep those for your record. If you look at the back, I indicate what those photos are for. So there's 6-foot fence around the church, the apartment across the road, and that's one of our main concerns is secure the building, because
So would this fence be permanent, or is this just temporary during the construction of the?
It's a permanent.
Okay.
Because whenever we finish it, we're going to use it as assisted living.
Right.
And we want to secure our client. And one of those pictures is the proposed fencing we want to build.
Yes,
That's the type of fence you want to build?
It's one of them. You see it, one of the fence.
Okay. So by right in the city code, you have the right to build a fence that's 4.5 feet
Right,
tall?
that's the proposed fencing.
Explain to me why a 4.5-foot fence isn't going to work for you.
We're going to have patients in the building, and it's a matter of to secure the patient, because we have been over there and see guys jump over the shorter fence. If we have patient in the property, our paramount is their security.
Okay.
And that is one of the reasons we want to build a fence that will make it harder for them to come in and keep our patient secure.
Okay. Any questions from anybody? No? Thank you very much.
Thank you for your record.
Do you want us to keep, let me just make sure, do you want us to keep these, or do you want?
I have copies of them.
You have copies, okay.
They can keep them.
All right. Thank you very much.
All right, thank you.
Um, 2018-291, 3309 Chesley Avenue.
They must be out in the hall.
So anybody that's going to testify, let's get you sworn in. Oh, I think we have some more people coming.
You're going to blind it this way, okay.
Raise your right hands. Do you swear or affirm the testimony that you're about to give in this hearing will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Okay. So, Mr. Berry, we have this as to divide 6 lots and construct 6 single-family dwellings with front entrance garages. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Do we have any staff reports?
Yes, first we have a letter from the North Hartford Road Community Association. They write in opposition because of the following concerns. 1, the developer has not contacted the community association to communicate their plans or to receive buy-in from the neighbors. Number 2, there is an existing drainage issue emanating from 3309 Chesley that negatively impacts the existing residences on Moyer Avenue. Construction of the proposed units and the additional inevitable paved surfaces will only serve to exacerbate the situation. 3, although the square footage of the lot would theoretically support the required 3,000 square foot minimum lot square footage, the proposed development is nonetheless too dense for that street. The vast majority of the homes on that block and on the adjacent 3400 block are single-family homes on relatively large lots. There is concern that the dense development will not fit with the character of the neighborhood and will negatively impact the neighbors' ability to peacefully enjoy their property. We have an adjoining letter from Harbell and Over Umbrella Organization that they repeat the same opposition. Does planning have a report?
Mr. Chair, we didn't have a benefit of a pre-development meeting for this project, and I only received copies of the plans a couple of days ago, so we haven't had a full analysis done on this, but subdivisions do go before the Planning Commission, so we will be seeing them again. A couple things to consider in your review. Of course, we always demand a explanation for the rationale for the variances. In other words, this is a very long property that has very deep lots as proposed, but relatively speaking, they would be fairly narrow, and so they can't meet the side yard setbacks. But is that, what is the rationale for their need for that? Why 6 units and not 4, 2 on each side? Also, the design guidelines discourage front-loaded garages if there is a possibility for other means of providing that parking. There are other front-loaded garages in the immediate area, but it would still need to comply with the requirements of the curb cut policy to make sure that there's a net gain, or at least not an undue impact on street parking. And with that, we'll have to review this in more detail later, but I wanted to at least offer those comments for your consideration.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Berry?
Okay, I would direct the board's attention to your aerial photograph, which gives a sort of an overview of the community. And you will see that the neighborhood is made up of predominantly really semi-detached houses and also some single-family houses. So the proposal, I'm here with Jeff Ott, who's the builder of the project. When he came across this property, you could also see that it's maybe not from the pictures, but it's a deteriorated property. It's a unique property. It's rather long, unusual in the fact that it straddles 2 streets. And so his original idea, working with the civil engineer, who unfortunately had an emergency, he could not be here today, came up with this plan to try to mix what the neighborhood pattern was, a combination of semi-detached single-family houses. Density-wise, and also your own staff report shows a very minimal number of variances required for this property. Primarily, I think the side yard. From a density standpoint, I think we're fine. In terms of, there's no practical way, because there's no intervening alley, to have access off of an alley the way that normal development might be seen in some of these neighborhoods. And as the planning testified, there is parking that now comes directly off the street. We did have a meeting with the neighborhood. We took some time to set up. People were out of town. We had a very good meeting. Many of the residents that we met with are here, and they'll speak for themselves. But one of the things that they asked us to do, well, and again, I'll just paraphrase the discussion. The house that's on the property is deteriorated, and there is a drainage problem, which we recognize, that the subdivision process and the city approval process would have to resolve if we get that far. We actually were requested to put 3 row houses, or 3 attached houses, on the site rather than 2 and 1. Because some of the neighbors, and they can speak to that, felt it would give more of a side yard, perhaps, but also maybe be in keeping with what they saw the neighborhood would be. We tried to explore that with zoning. Unfortunately, Transform Baltimore designated this area as R4. R4 only allows single-family detached or semi-detached. It does not allow attached houses. And unless we change the zoning, which I don't think the neighborhood would like, or we change the zoning code, maybe that could happen. We couldn't go to the 3 houses unless maybe the board could find a way to approve that. We'd be glad to accept that as a condition, as an alternative, but we haven't drawn it up, and I was told that it would be unlikely that the zoning code would allow it. Mr. Ott is here. I want to have him give his background and also how he sees the property being developed. These are trying to be affordable houses under $300,000, single family for ownership, and it takes a deteriorated property and reverts it back to use, which I would argue is very consistent with the neighborhood, and we can talk about the variances in a minute.
Good afternoon, everybody. Yeah, my name is Jeff Ott. Just quick on my background, I've been doing real estate for 25 years, mostly in the new home world with the national home builders on the land acquisition and development side. I left that a couple of years ago, and I now rehab houses in Baltimore and do that type of thing as well. And I come across these opportunities every once in a while. And the way I see this is it's an affordable, it's an ability to build a quality, affordable housing in a stable neighborhood. And I am trying to do it the best I can based on the economics. The landowner has a particular desire for a price, and I'm trying to make that price work with the plan that you see there. But at the end of the day, the plan is to build a very nice home that is relatively affordable for the neighborhood, and I don't know, what else can I say? Sure.
I'd like to hear some of the comments from the neighborhood, but again, if you look at the variances that are needed, the one that's most critical, I think, is the side yard setback. The technical drainage issues, the design of the houses, that all came up, would be something that we expected to have that done as part of the Planning Commission subdivision process, along with the approval by Department of Public Works, Department of Transportation, everyone else involved. So we wanted to get through this and get your decision first. But I'll also comment we had a very good meeting with Lisa and the neighbors and try to answer any questions that they bring up.
Okay, let's hear from the opposition.
Good afternoon. I'm Lisa Daniels, and I'm the president of the North Harford Road Community Association. And we oppose this in addition to the reasons that were listed in the letter, which were hastily drawn up so that we could get our opposition in prior to the hearing, since we weren't notified ahead of time of by the developer. They didn't approach us at all. Primarily, at this point, we're talking about the height of the buildings. They are going to each be 3 stories, and while at the mid-pitch of the roof, they hit the 35-foot limit for the neighborhood, there are no other houses that are that high in the neighborhood. Primarily, all of the other structures are 2 stories with a pitch being in the having a small attic on top of the 2nd story. So these new structures or proposed structures are going to tower over the existing housing stock. And there is concern by the residents who live basically on either side of those lots, some of whom are here, that they're losing privacy that they currently have, especially since the reason for the variance is mostly because of the side yard clearance. So they're actually going to be encroached upon by height and by distance, and they feel it is very detrimental to their peaceful enjoyment of their property to do that. One of the other issues is parking. You're talking about essentially 3 sets of curb cuts on each street, so 6 sets of curb cuts that are going to take up. They're going to well exceed the number of spaces that'll be. A number of spaces will be eliminated that will not be replaced by space in the driveways, because there's really only going to be space for a single car in a driveway, because these houses will not have basements, and the fact that the garages are front loading is truthful, but it is also misleading in that there are very few structures in the neighborhood where the front-loaded garages are actually underneath the house. There are a few I can think of on my street where I live that are on the side, so they're side-loaded and not front-loaded, that are under the house. But most structures, most garages in this neighborhood are freestanding. They are not attached. So we're concerned about the loss of parking, because we all know that without a basement, the garage is going to be full of everybody's stuff, because that's what happens. I mean, that is what happens. We're also taken aback by the optimism of the projected sales price. We think it exceeds the value, the price of some of the more, even better renovated houses in our neighborhood by at least $50,000. And for a narrow row house, narrow duplex, that seems kind of, for the well-priced ones, single-family homes. So we have a number of concerns. We would much prefer that if, to take advantage of this large lot, this large and unique lot, that there were 4 structures were being built instead of 6, that they had basements, and the 4 structures would allow for the side variances that be not necessary, and they would also potentially allow for freestanding garages in the rear of the building, which is the norm in that neighborhood. If a property has a garage, it's to the rear or the side of the structure, not underneath it.
Okay.
Did you want to? Yes. Okay, one of the homeowners is also.
Okay.
Hi, my name is Steve Harris. I live at 3304 Woodring Avenue. If you're looking at the property from the Woodring Avenue side, my house would be to the left. Mr. Shepherd's house is to the right of the property. Multiple reasons that, after going to the meeting the other night that concerns me. One is that the structure of the height of the house is at 35 feet. My house sits to the left, and it's also projected to be built 45 feet deep, which my house is 20 by 30. It's part of a semi-detached. On Woodring Avenue, there's 2 single-family homes that are basically bungalows that sit on Moyer and Woodring on both sides. There is no other single homes on Woodring Avenue. There is no house on Woodring Avenue that has standing garages built within the building, not a single one, up and down Woodring. Now, you have 2 different neighborhoods. Woodring Avenue's neighborhood was built between 1956 and 1963. When all of those semi-detached houses were built. Chesley Avenue has existed probably since, the early 1900s, some of the houses 1921 and so on from there. So you have a different variation on each side of the neighborhoods. The storm issue, they've already referenced, as to they had to be mitigated by, zoning and everything as to stormwater issues. The property is run down, as they said. One of the things that we had spoke to at the meeting is, and I noticed Ms. Bonner kind of frowned when he referenced it. We referenced that if you're going to build similar homes, to build a house that was a triplex, because as he said, he needs to be able to build 6 homes in order to make it viable, which we understand that as neighbors. But at the same time, a triplex being the same as our house is just one more house in between the 2. There are probably somewhere in the area of 300 duplex houses on Woodring Avenue, starting from Harford Road, running all the way to Faradell Avenue, from the 3000 block to the 3500 block. So it's one long roadway of duplex. Only 2 single houses in that entire neighborhood. That's on the Woodring side. The other problem is my house is 30 feet deep, 32 feet deep. They're going to build a house that's 45 feet deep, 10 feet from my property line, which basically go out my back door. I've got another 13 feet of housing to the right of my property. My second floor basically sits roughly, I'm going to say 25, maybe 20 feet off the ground. And you're talking about a structure that's going to be, the 3rd floor is going to be above my 2nd floor, and the other issue is the materials. They're not planning to put a brick facade on the front. Don't really care about the rest, but at least to make the houses look consistent. Every house in that neighborhood is a brick house. These houses are not going to be made of brick. And that basically creates an issue, in my opinion, as for visuality. You come by, it's going to be basically, she had referenced roughly the house across the street that just went up for sale, which is a duplex, It's on sale and it's been rehabbed for $164,000. They're referencing that these houses are going to be under $3 million. So you're talking about almost twice the value that they're attempting to sell these homes for versus what's currently in the neighborhood. So that's basically my objection.
Okay, thank you. Anybody else?
That would be me,
Okay.
Alan Shepard. Thank you for hearing us. I'm on 3314 Woodring Avenue, so as Steve said, I'm on the other side. So I understand everything we've been talking a little bit today. Very few objections on my part. I understand what we're trying to do. I think it's a great idea to renovate the property, but there are concerns, and I think you've heard of them. On my property, we're only 5 feet off my property line is where the wall would be of the future house. And then, of course, the height restriction. Yeah, it's everything else that you've heard. It doesn't match the neighborhood. I think 90% of what you're hearing today is probably could be solved by the style of building that they're going to do. But the side variances are going to be really tough if you want to build 6 houses there. And I have trees there. I understand they're going to have to trim some of my trees to build. But if you're only 5 feet away from the trunk of my tree, I think somebody's just going to have to just saw from the trunk out. And I'm concerned that these are going to just waste away after not too long. I'm not an arborist, but so that's a concern on the construction process that I would have. And then 5 feet from my house. Thank you very much.
Great, thank you.
Just a few comments about what was said. With respect to the basements, one reason for the house being as deep as it is, and it is deeper than the adjoining houses, but one reason for that is that the garage will take up about half of the property, and then the other room in the back will be, in effect, flex space, which could be used for storage, in effect replacing a basement. It could also be used for a bedroom or something else. But just wanted to let you know that that's the intention for the deeper houses. I hope we're not penalized for bringing in houses which are over the value of the houses in the neighborhood. We think that's an upgrade. We think that the neighborhood will benefit from having new construction at a very affordable price. The height is something that's permitted. The only issue that I think is realistically before the board is the side yard setback. There's an issue of lot frontage, which I think 1 or 2 cases where 1 or 2 feet less than the required minimum 30 feet frontage. So that's really less than the 10% required in that sense. But the side yard variance, we're taking a dilapidated property, building an affordable product, and we hope the board, we're going to promise if the board would approve it either way, we would continue to work with the neighbors, certainly, and we have to get planning commission subdivision approval to deal with the technical issues that Eric brought up. And with that, I hope the board approves it.
All right, any questions from the board?
No.
Okay, thank you. All right, let's call 2018-259, 4018 Edmondson Avenue, Yvonne Turner. Yeah. I'm going to call again 2018-259, 4018 Edmondson Avenue. You're here. Okay, good.
Can we submit?
Hold on a second. Everyone who's going to provide testimony, would you please stand up and get sworn in, please?
Raise your right hands, please. Do you swear or affirm the testimony that you're about to give in this hearing will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes. Yes.
Okay. And you're Mrs. Turner?
Yes, I am.
And this is to use as a 51-child daycare center with 12 staff, is that correct?
Yes, sir. Mhm.
Okay, why don't you describe to us what you want to do and describe to us a little bit about the property where this is going to take place?
It is a row home. We've been living there for 21 years. I changed it from a family home to a daycare center. That's what the use of it is going to be. Now, the 51 kids came about based on the square footage of the property divided by what OCC, which is Office of Child Care, say that each child is entitled to that amount of space. So ultimately, it's just a number. When the fire marshal come in, they will measure each room and they will tell us exactly how many kids will be granted to us. So the opposition here was parking and the amount of children that's going to be in the facility at one time. So in your packet, I put in there, based on the square footage, each room, how it's set up, and the neighborhood association, I had them to come in and visit the facility and look at the setup of it and how many kids will be in this room, that room, and what have you. So I satisfied that as far as the neighborhood associations were concerned. Far as the parking, I will bring the children in and I will take them out. I have a 15-passenger van. My sister has 2 of them as well. So we'll be bringing the children in. You will have some parents that catches the bus that may, don't want us to do it, but they'll be on the bus stop. And I'm projecting anywhere between maybe 5 or 10 parents will probably drive. So based on the statistics, it states that in a low-income neighborhood, 51% of the people will take the bus anyway. So that has been satisfied. We will have parking in the back for the 15-passenger van because in the back of the building, I have a garage space, and my neighbor said that I could also use their spaces so the van will not be on the street. It will not impede traffic because I will drive around, let the students off. That pictures in there where you'll see where the van will let them off at the facility. They'll go in. I'll move the van so parking won't be a problem. For AM or PM, I do expect a lot of my after-schoolers to come from, it's now called Wildwood Elementary Middle. They'll be walking down. I'll have my staff members go up and walk them down. As far as my staff members are concerned, I will make it clear, it's in my parent handbook as well as my employee handbook, that they will park, if I have 5 or 10 staff members driving, they will park in the park and ride, and we will come up with a 15-passenger van and pick them up and bring them to the facility. So that way, they won't impede traffic or take up any of the customers' parking spaces. And last but not least was the trash. Baltimore City picks it up on Friday, but I have a person on standby that will pick up any excess trash that would be there. So that and recycle as well. So that way we won't have any rats or any other type of rodents running around in the back alley. Myself and my neighbors, we try to keep that back alley extremely clean. If you go there right now, you'll see it's clean. Far as snow removal, well, the trash truck has to come down, so Baltimore City makes sure they take care of that. Then I have people on standby that will go right behind Baltimore City and make sure it's extremely clean. All snow and ice removal will be removed. So as you see, my plan is well thought out. I'm going to execute it, and I have my people on standby to help me execute it.
Okay, and I neglected to ask if there's any staff reports, so let me do that now.
Okay. We have a letter from the Secretary of the Edmondson Village Association. They make 4 points. 1, the concern problems are morning and evening rush hour. People dropping off their children in the morning and picking up in the evening. Edmondson Avenue is a congested 2-lane street daily. People will be double parking. Item 2, people will be double parking to the right side with blinker lights, picking up their children. This alone will cause a great problem on Edmondson Avenue. No parking is allowed on Edmondson Avenue between 3 and 6 p.m. daily. That's the evening rush hour. 3rd item, the morning will create more congestion when people are trying to get to work going westbound towards Security and Route 40. Again, double parking on the right lane. This proposed daycare center doesn't have a private parking lot. As a community leader, I cannot imagine 51 children and 15 staff in this small 2-story city row house. Does planning have a
Hold on a second.
The Department of Planning recommends disapproval for a daycare for a capacity of 51 children because of the volume required, that there's not adequate drop-off and pickup area available. And to explain that a bit, we have to look at the land use on the property and not just for any given particular owner. This is an attached structure with only 21 feet of frontage. If the use is approved, it's there in perpetuity, and we don't know what the next operation might do. And we would, of course, entertain a lower capacity if the board finds one that is more fitting, but we believe that 51 is too high.
Okay. Again, as I said earlier, we still have to go through fire marshal. I only gave that number because that's my square footage, and I divided by the number that Office of Child Care say we need this amount of space. For one child, you need 36 square feet. So I took 1860 because that's the square footage of my facility, and I divided by 36, and I came up with 51. But that's not a guaranteed number because I have to go through the fire marshal.
Well, let me ask you a question. What number do you want?
We were like somewhere between 36 to 40. We were willing to go lower.
Can you state your name, please?
My name is Danielle Turner-Moore. I am the owner's daughter. We have talked to the council, and I think that was the problem for majority of people, as you well also maybe your issue. So we're willing to go lower. We only picked that number because, as my mother so eloquently put it, the square footage of our house is 1,860 square feet. And so we took the Office of Child Care, we took that number, 36 square footage per student, and we just divided it by our square footage. That number is not something that we are set on. We're willing to go lower. It was just that was just the number that we chose.
Okay.
And can I comment on it? I'm Sharon Jackson. I'll be working along with her. But when you think about the number 51, that's just a number you start with. That is not guaranteed to you. They will tell you what you're actually going to get. But also, when you look at the 51, you guys see them all there at one time. You know, you have before schools that come in, and they move it out at 7:45. So the next ones, they may not come in. They're going to stagger in. They'll stagger
I hear
out.
you. I hear you, and I understand the realities. But if we approve 51, you can have 51 in there at one time.
No, that's not correct. You can say, okay, we approve it, but then fire marshal, child care, and the health department will come by and say, I know that's what the court says, but that's not what we measured. Once we got your furniture set in there, and we measured movable furniture, furniture that is not movable will subtract from your square feet. So they'll come in and they'll look at your movable furniture, your not so movable furniture, and say, now here's your real number. It doesn't, I mean, it's nice you guys want to give that, but they're going to come up with the final number, and we will be regulated under them. They will tell us what we can have and what we can't have, but we have to start somewhere. Just because we ask for 51, they may say, well, I'm going to give you 36 because I'm checking your furniture. And like I said, moving the kids in and out, they'll stagger in and out, and the concern being that how are we going to get these people to this location? Now, we're in a city, and not everybody is privileged to a car. Most of them are using the MTA or or other means of transportation to get there. Some I'm taking a subway. But like I said, we are drivers, and we're looking at a total of 3 to 4 15-passenger vans. We will offer this service to the clients to keep them off the street. Anyone that's not getting on the bus, we'll go and pick them up, and we'll drop them off. We plan to deal with that congestion that they're concerned with. And there was a daycare there previously. It was a family daycare, and we had 0 drivers. Everybody came in the bus or we went and got them. And we'll continue that. And like I said, that trash thing, we recycle. We do daily trips. We got people that's helping us. I have been in daycare 23 years. She has been in there about 20 years, and we're seasoned. We're not young people, and this is not something just popped in our mind. There are the pictures of the daycare facility, and you'll see how the rooms are set up. Education, the kids that we have service, they mainly skip because we put our heart and souls into what we do. And the problem in this particular community is crime. If we don't get them first, the Bloods and the Crips will. And they are recruiting at a very young age. These kids are already selling drugs. But I would like to see them read prior to getting into a gang. And then there's a lot of street traffic out there. There's murders. I mean, we had a police officer to stand at a community meeting the other day to tell us how many murders or how many serious assaults that occurred. These kids will be recruited. And I know that you guys got a lot of concern, but what's important here, it's got to be the kids first. I mean, I know you're concerned about traffic, that's true, but we got to be concerned about their lives, because if we don't get them when they're young, they will be in your backyards. They will break into your house. Someone's going to get these kids. So we can leave here today, and you guys can say, hey, I'm not going to approve it. Well, who's going to approve the Bloods, the Crips, the Black Guerrillas, or whoever? They're just going to enter these gangs. All we asking is for a chance. We're not going to do this the rest of our lives. You see, we're not young people. So we got a couple more years. But if we can service our community, if we can do the job that God sent us down here to do, we are more than willing to do the job. Our only hold up now is the elderly people who don't have kids anymore. We're not calling you ladies elderly. Don't have kids anymore, but they exist. And not only that, they can come in and help. They can assist us. Volunteers are welcome.
Well, let's see, I don't mean to interrupt you. I want your opposition to
Okay.
get a chance too. Let's hear from the opposition.
My name is Rochester Anderson, and I'm representing the Ragnar Heights community. I was asked to speak for the Vice President, Daisy Fields. And the issue here with the daycare was the amount of children and the staffing. We are in an area where it's highly congested. We just opened up a new elementary middle school, and with 762 children, and that's right there at that corner, at that intersection. So we were concerned about the safety of the children. I was here with the first hearing, and Ms. Turner, we had spoken. I didn't view her facility, but I heard good things about it. And she had resolved the parking problem on the street, and she's also was willing to lower her numbers of children. So we're just whatever the board decide, then that's what we would go with.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. My name is Cynthia Shaw. I'm the president of the Lyndhurst Community Association. Originally, when we saw the sign for the daycare center, the numbers, of course, 51, alarmed quite a few members of our community. We received phone calls, and that's why we're here. From the first hearing and speaking with Ms. Turner, we were invited to the daycare center to tour the facility. We toured the facility with other members of the community as well as Councilman Christopher Burnett. Ms. Turner has done an excellent job in setting up this facility for the children in our community. The concerns that we had were the pickup and drop-off, which she has addressed and corrected. So in doing so, we now have the concerns of the 51 numbers, which we are willing to go by what the fire marshal in the state of Maryland says as the numbers for the operation of her daycare. I'd like to say also the fact that this is not an in-home daycare. This is a center that Ms. Turner is providing to these children extra educational learning, like from the STEM program, science, technology, engineering, and math. She has that set up in the basement area of this facility. She has a separate homeroom, homework for the kids coming from the elementary school in the area. So we see exactly not only her passion about this, but that she will do a job in our community that is needed. We did have a Head Start program with St. Bernardine's Church. That has closed. That served quite a few of our young families. This center will take the place of that Head Start and serve, once again, many of the families in our community. Also, the families in our community are mixed income. We have low income. The service that Ms. Turner is providing for low-income children in this daycare is above and beyond what is provided in your regular home daycare. She's bringing in professionals to work with these young people. And as I mentioned, the STEM program and other educational opportunities will be presented to these kids. After taking the tour of the facility, I was very, very impressed. Ms. Turner knows exactly what she's doing. So although we objected in the beginning, she corrected the objections. The only other one we have at this time are the numbers. And we are willing to go by what the numbers are dictated by the state of Maryland and the fire marshal. We will go along with that. We welcome Ms. Turner's daycare in our community. She's on Edmondson Avenue. Because of the blight on Edmondson Avenue, a lot of people don't see the good. They don't see the homes in the 4000 block that are well kept. In the back of the facility, the alleys are spotless. The neighbors who live on Wildwood, because it's at Edmondson and Wildwood, I spent the time going door to door, knocking on the door of neighbors around her facility to ask for their opinion. All of them said they did not have a problem with the daycare because we already have an in-home daycare on the other side of Wildwood. They said they did not have a problem with the daycare. They have a problem with the numbers. And the other issues, as I mentioned, have been corrected. And we're willing to go by what the fire marshal in the state of Maryland says.
All right.
I'd like to also bring to your attention, the letter was read from the Edmondson Village Community Association. The location, 4018 Edmondson Avenue, we have several community associations throughout Edmondson Village, as you're aware of. The location, 1418 Edmondson Avenue, is in the boundaries of the Lyndhurst Community Association. We share the boundaries of Wildwood Parkway with Edmondson Village Association. Her location is on the side of Lyndhurst Community Association, and this is why I have taken upon myself to address people living in that area, to ask them their concerns. Ms. Turner has attended our community association meetings, also some of her staff members. We've discussed this with other homeowners in the area, and as I said before, it's not a problem with the daycare, it's a problem with the numbers. And we're willing to go along with what the state and the fire marshal says. And I hope that you do approve this, because Ms. Turner is doing an excellent job, a much needed job for the young folks in our community.
Ma'am, I just have a question. Actually, any of you can answer it. Do you know the number of students who were in the prior daycare center? Do you know?
Oh, in the Head Start for St. Bernardine?
Whatever had closed, yes.
No, I don't.
So you don't know how that compares to what's proposed here?
At the daycare across the street, I believe it's 6, because it's a family daycare.
That's a home.
Oh, that's the home daycare.
The daycare, I think the one
There-
had
there
closed for whatever reason, I don't know what it was, but I work at a daycare now, and we have 83 students. And in the morning, we bring in anywhere between 18 and 30, because we have 2 vans. We drop them off, because we downtown, there's no parking down there. So we drop them off, they run in the building, we escort them in the building, then we take the vehicle and we park it on the side of the building. So I'm very much equipped with picking up students and dropping them off. As I say, in my family daycare, I had nobody to drive. So I had to go pick the students up from the parents' place of business, or from their home, and bring them in, and then I would take them back home.
And may I just remind you to keep in mind that she will not be using Edmondson Avenue at all. She's 2-3 doors from the bus stop. There's a business on the corner, an income tax business, and there's no parking in that space. So the traffic will be in back of the proposed
Okay, and so
daycare center.
the transportation portion of your service, that's going to be a condition of folks signing up. They will have their children picked up. They'll have to agree to that.
It's in the handbook. I gave y'all a parent handbook. So when I recruit them in, I'll let them know what I offer. Most parents like now, they run in late for work. They want you to pick their children up from their place of business or from home. And they want you to drop them off, because when they get off, they're tired, they want to go home. So that's a convenience for them. And as I currently do that now with the daycare that I'm at, and it works out real good, works out real well.
I see, and you're saying you're offering it as a service as opposed to a condition,
No,
so that they don't
I
have the
offer that
ability to
service,
drop
right.
off kids on Edmondson Avenue.
No, I don't want any, before we had this hearing the last time, and I knew of their concerns, I was already on top of it, because that's what I want. I lived on Emerson Avenue for 21 years. And I know the traffic situation. Used to be in a town we could park before 2, now it's 3. So 3 to 6, you can't park there.
Ms. Turner, can you use the mic? Remind everybody to speak.
Okay.
Speak one at a time and use the microphone.
Yeah, so basically, I'm already familiar with it. As I said, I've been living in that vicinity for 21 years. We bought the house before she was born. So I'm aware
Well,
of the
let me
traffic.
just tell you that the reason for my question was to determine whether or not the closure of the prior daycare center had anything to do with the congestion or the conditions surrounding that.
no.
Such that if you simply
No.
replace it with another one. you have
No,
the same
because
issues.
the Head Start program through St. Bernardine's Church, you entered it through the back. There was no parking, no pickup, drop-off on Edmondson Avenue. You went through the back of the daycare.
Okay.
I would just like for you to keep in mind the fact that the service that's being provided to the community for our young people, we just had a new 21st century school built. It took us 4 years of planning. The former Lyndhurst 88 school is now renamed Wildwood Elementary Middle School. It will have students from Lyndhurst and Rognell Heights. Yes, that is an increase in numbers. However, the location of the school and with what Ms. Turner's doing with the daycare will not interact in that way. We're proud to have her want to do this in our community. And as I mentioned again, when you look at Emerson Avenue, you only see the blight, you only see the corner stores, the liquor stores. This is a plus. This is an addition to our community that we welcome.
Great,
Thank you.
Ma'am, are you in opposition? Yes. Okay.
She wasn't sworn in.
We will get her sworn in.
Okay.
Thank you. And we'll get you sworn in, don't worry.
Raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm the testimony that you're about to give in this hearing will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, I did.
Your name, please.
Sheila Reese. Yes, R-E-E-S-E.
Okay, why don't you tell us your opposition, why you're here?
Okay, my name is Sheila Reese. I'm the secretary of the Emerson Village Community Association. And like Ms. Shaw said, we don't have the boundary, that's the Lyndhurst boundary. But we also travel up and down Emerson Avenue, and we're part of Emerson Village, even though we're a secular, different community association. We have our meetings on Tuesday, once a month, and with consensus with the Emerson Village Community Association, they oppose the daycare center. And the main reason why they oppose it because of the traffic. And, you know, there's a one-way going down and coming up because of the bridge. A lot of concerns is that sign that says no parking between 4 and 6, and there's no guarantee that the parents will not be parking there, will be parking there and with their blinkers on. And it's already congested now. That's the main concern. It's always congested now. And then there's the bus stop. So if you have traffic one way coming up and the bus stop is there with people trying to get on, that traffic is going to be so backed up. And plus the safety reason, because some parent may want to go around the bus and may cause some kind of accident or something. I went to the daycare center and I did see the daycare center. It's a nice daycare center, but like I said, we're opposed of, where it's located because she don't have private parking. Also, another concern when she does have a bus in the back of the alley, which is a narrow alley. Another concern is when it snows. So when it snows, how are those parents going to get around from Emerson Avenue to Wildwood Parkway to the alley when it snows, 3 or 4 inches of snow? That's going to cause a lot of congestion too. So that was one of our main concerns is, as far as parents getting dropped off, and we know that some parents it's in the handbook, but some parents are going to disobey the handbook, and I guarantee you some parents are going to have them flashes on and run in there and try to put their children in the daycare. And that's a safety issue concern and congestion of traffic because, like I said, that bridge down there is we don't know how long it's going to be worked on, and it's like only one lane going down and only one lane going up.
Okay.
And that's our main concern. And for the record, the young lady who spoke, which is Rochelle Anderson, the young lady with the glasses on, she's a part of Emerson Village Community Association. She's not a part of Rocknell Heights because of the boundaries. She was sent here by, she said, someone from Rocknell House, but she's not Rocknell Heights. She's representing Rocknell Heights, but her boundary is us, Emerson Village Community Association.
Okay, thank you. Ms. Turner, do you want to quickly conclude here?
Okay, just to again reiterate, there will not be any problems with parking, dropping off, or picking up. Again, in my handbook, I'll go over with the parents, let them know if they caught dropping students off, double parking on Wildwood Parkway or Emerson Avenue, I will disenroll their children. So I'm making that clear. And again, I'm in daycare now. Most parents don't want to bring their kids to daycare because they're always late. They will die to have their children picked up. Okay, so in conclusion, I will guarantee on my dying bed that there will not be a problem with picking up and dropping off. And to add to what she said about snow and removal, my husband and the two neighbors on both sides, they clean the alley, even though Baltimore City sends people out to clean up because the trash truck has to go through. They make sure the streets are looking good. They start a day or two ahead. But my husband, Mr. Glenn, and Mr. Charles, every year they work together to keep our streets nice and clean because, again, I do drive a 15-passenger. Been driving it for the last 4 years. They make sure that that 15-passenger has freeway. Okay, so that won't be a problem. I can guarantee that. And again, we are in the Lyndhurst boundary. We will impact in Lyndhurst more than any organization that's up there. So, with that being said, I plan on doing a good job.
All right, thank you very much. Thank you.
another
Well, that's,
comment.
man, this is the end of the hearing now.
Okay.
All right, thank you all very much.
Okay.
All right, next case is 2018-292, 2922 Mosier Street.
Hello.
Hi, how are you?
Good, thank you.
I don't believe there's any opposition. Would you state your name? Let me get you sworn in.
Sure.
Raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm the testimony that you're about to give in this hearing will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, I did.
Would you state your name for the record, please?
Pepper Wilson.
And do we have any staff reports?
The Department of Planning recommends disapproval of a capacity of 40 over concern of the drop-off and pickup logistics and the relative density in the neighborhood. We would encourage the board to look at a lower capacity for an initial start.
Okay.
What was the last sentence?
We would encourage the board to look at a lower capacity as a potential alternate.
Thank you.
All right, Ms. Wilson, tell us what you want to do, and if you could address the planning's comments, that would be great.
Sure. Currently, I have a family daycare center at 2922 Mosier Street. The house is semi-detached. I have a lot on the side of the house that does belong to the city. However, I did take it upon myself to make sure that the lot is clean, mowed, as well as my lawn, and fenced in, so the city doesn't have to take care of it. Right now, I am licensed for 8 children. I would like to continue to do daycare in the home. However, I would like to move out because I recently got married. And being able to keep the business and have someone to work with me, I would have to go to a center. I'm not saying that I need 40 children, but I've had previous experience with the board, so they kind of dimmy down the numbers before. So I'm hoping that I would get a favorable amount of children in the space that I have now. And as far as the parking, I have 2 vehicles. One, which is a Kia that has it's a 2-sided van, so I can park on the side where the home is and let the children out that way, so that the children do not have to be let out on the street side. Most of the time, parents that drive have a vehicle where their children can get out on the side of the street where the house is. The only vehicle that I have that they would not be able to exit out on the sidewalk side is my 15-passenger van.
So I'll ask you the same question I asked the prior appellant. How many children do you really want?
30 children, to be exact.
All right, great. Any questions from the board?
And I guess I'll ask a similar question. Is it your intent to only offer pickup?
No. Parents do like that service, and for the fact that it allows their children that go to school to be at school on time. We offer breakfast. The pickup from school is free. I do not charge a price for that. It helps me advertise in the community when I'm taking the kids off to school. Other parents get to see who I am and what it is that I'm doing.
Are there any problems that you've discerned or seen with traffic congestion in front of your facility?
No, not at all. There even are some times that I cannot park directly in front of my door, but I can park a little further up. I do get along with my neighbors. Councilman Pete Welch is one of my neighbors directly across the street from me. I've done a marvelous job in the house, so, I get along with everyone in my neighborhood. Not a problem.
Okay. Parents who drive will drop off their kids where?
They can park on my side of Mosier Street. Any safe parking. I would advise any safe parking. Mosier Street is a one-way on my end. As you reach the other side of Poplar Grove, it's a two-way street.
Thank you.
Yes.
Any other questions? Thank you very much.
Thank you kindly.
Next is 2018-295, 4500 Erdman Avenue.
Sir.
Hi, how are you?
Very good, thank you.
Good. Let me get you sworn in. I don't think there's any opposition.
Raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm the testimony that you're about to give in this hearing will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, sir.
And would you state your name for the record, please?
My name is Chris Sirchan. I'm here on behalf of my wife, Sovar Sirchan.
Okay.
Yes.
And is there any, there was a little confusion, is there any opposition to this case?
Yes. I didn't come here for this case, but being that he lives 2 blocks away, I think I need to be in opposition.
Well-
Once I hear what the case is about.
Okay, let me get you sworn in.
Raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm the testimony that you're about to give in this hearing will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
What's your name?
Tony Dawson.
All right, Sarah, tell us what you want to do here.
I have existing liquor store and the restaurant and bar, and I'm serving the food, also the in the bar service on the side. And I just want to add the live entertainment license permit also, just to have a, time to time live entertainment, something like a DJ nights to promote the business or give the entertainment facility, something like that.
What hours would you have live entertainment? And
Well,
how
my
many-
license.
And how many days a week?
Normally, it's gonna be on the weekend. I'm not sure. Also, it's not gonna be like every day, once in a while, because saying that maybe, especially in some events or something like that. Mostly, when it's gonna happen on the weekends, like days like a Friday and Saturday, sure. Yes.
Okay, and is that what you applied for in your application? Just
Yes, sir.
okay. Sir, you walked up. Do you want to provide testimony?
Yes, I'm Marcus Dent.
Okay, let me. Sir, are you finished?
Oh, that's all. I have just applying for the live, just trying to get the permit for the live entertainment.
Okay.
Currently, I'm doing in the 911 North South. Also, it's been 10 years that I have a live entertainment license over there too. So I'm quite familiar with what I'm gonna do. And mostly, I'm not doing like a nightclub or something like that. It's a restaurant and bar, but only sometimes, maybe occasionally, I'm gonna throw out some kind of the live entertainment parties. That's all.
Okay.
Mr. Chairman?
Kind of entertainment. What did you have in mind? What was your vision for the live entertainment?
Oh, like I said, sometimes I would like to present the DJ nights with some professionals, hiring some professionals. Also, sometimes I would like to have because of my neighborhood is interested in the karaoke also, so I would like to have some karaoke nights also. Also, sometimes maybe standing comedians or the singers, like that kind of things that I'm doing in the 911 North South Street for the last 10 years. Yeah, that's my concept, sir.
Okay.
Your establishment, is it open now 6 to 2, 6 a.m. to 2?
No, I open from 9 o'clock in the morning till 2 o'clock in the morning. However, my license says 6 a.m. to 2 a.m. Yes, sir.
And so, to the extent you are granted the authority to have live entertainment, you would have those hours within which to utilize that live entertainment every day of the week, correct?
Yes, sir. But even though I'm not gonna use like every day. Even
Unless it's good business, then you might want to use it every day, right?
I hope not, sir, because.
Well, that's why I'm asking you, because what I hear you saying is. Well, I know you've thought about this, but it sounds like you're suggesting things as you go along. What is your intent to do?
My intent is right now I'm doing as a bar and restaurant, sir.
Yes,
And on the
when?
side I have a liquor store. And time to time, once in a while, I want to present.
You understand? I don't know what that means.
I don't know what you mean, sir.
Time to time, once in a while.
Well, let's say like a,
Mr. Fields is calling your attention to your conditional use application, which requests every possible option of live entertainment every single day of the week from 5 a.m. until 2 a.m. And that is your application. So there's confusion here because you're saying that you only want to offer this once in a while, but your application, which is signed under the penalties of perjury, says, I want to do this 7 days a week, 14 hours a day.
I don't, in the application I did write that, sir, of course, but I don't know what does that mean by myself too. The reason is, once, let's say I got approved, then is there some restrictions that the liquor board or whoever, our zoning board, gonna approve me for like, okay, you can do Saturday, you can do Sunday, but you cannot do Monday, Tuesday? If like that, I'll write down, I'm ready for that. So when I write down or apply for that applications, I confuse myself. And the reason being I confuse is the place where I'm doing, 911 North South Street as a commodity restaurant and bar, I have a 7 days liquor license, and that license is opening from 6 a.m. to 2 a.m. exactly. But the live entertainment I'm doing there, I have a license for that, is maybe once in a blue moon. In a whole year, maybe I do 2-3 times. So how can I take it, sir?
I think the concern that's being raised here, and I think it's a valid concern, is you have hours of operation that you want us to approve of 5 a.m. to 2 a.m., 7 days a week. That's what you are asking us to approve. If that's not what you want to do, you need to tell us what you want.
Yeah, I wrote in the application, even if I have got the permit for the live entertainment, that's gonna happen from only 6, 7 p.m. after 5 p.m. to 2 a.m. in the morning, sir. It's not gonna be.
Oh, I'm sorry. Yeah, I'm sorry, you did say 5 p.m.
Yeah, because it's not gonna happen in the daytime, like.
Okay. Okay. But you do want to have this available 7 days a week?
Yeah, because the license says the 7 days a week, and that's where I wrote down for the 7 days too. But I don't have any problem. Let's say, for example, okay, once a week, only Friday evening, you can have. That's fine. I'm very happy with that, sir.
Is that what you want?
No, that's where I got confused, sir. Yeah, because 7 days license is.
Either, but okay.
Yeah.
All right.
Maybe what is the options? I don't know, sir.
Sir, did you want to provide some testimony? Let me get you sworn in if you are.
Raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm the testimony that you're about to give in this hearing will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes.
Are you,
Marcus
Dent.
Dent.
are you in favor of this, or are you in opposition to this?
I'm in favor of.
Okay.
So I'm representing Fort Worthington community. We wrote a letter of support supporting Busy Bee. Reason being, over the last calendar year, since they've been in our neighborhood, they provided a lot of support to our young people, to our kids, and to a lot of the residents, hosting different events. That was the brainchild of making sure we have live entertainment. So we do have these fundraisers and we do have events that are benefiting the community, that bolsters the support and makes it a more viable place for us to go in, commune, and make sure we can bring those resources right back to the community. We've been doing so with no entertainment thus far, and we said, hey, we get into a little bit more entertainment. Each one of our events, our holiday events and our spring events, just to generate more resources and funding for our community initiatives that are going on. Again, they've been a great partner over the last calendar year, helped out a lot, like I said, with our young people and with our senior residents, and we fully support their efforts to get the live entertainment on that 7-day basis so we can schedule out different resource building events moving forward. Thank you.
Right, thank you.
Yes, I'm Tony Dawson, former president of Bella Addison Community Association, currently a community activist. And I didn't know there was a community association that was involved in this, because the bar also border our boundaries of Bella Addison, just outside of our boundaries. So I didn't want him to go stand uncontested, just in case there was something that we didn't want to agree to.
Okay.
Is he opposed or not?
I don't think he's opposed. It's best I understand.
Conditionally, if needed.
Sir, is there anything else you'd like to add?
That's all, sir.
All right, thank you very much.
Thank you. Thanks so much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Next case is 2018-299, 1645 North Calhoun Street. William Brooks, oh, there we are. Okay, let's get everybody sworn in.
Raise your right hands. Do you swear or affirm the testimony that you're about to give in this hearing will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
And who is Mr. Brooks?
I'm Mr. Brooks.
Brooks, we have this as to use 1610 North Carey Street for acupuncture and group counseling. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And do we have staff reports?
I have nothing.
The Department of Planning notes that this property is in an R8 residentially zoned location, and unfortunately, we have to recommend disapproval since we're not sure what use category would be eligible in the R8 district that would cover the acupuncture treatment that they're looking for. So we are at a loss as to how to recommend favorably.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Brooks, tell us about your project here.
So Maryland Community Health Initiatives has been practicing acupuncture in the Penn North neighborhood for over 25 years. Our main location is at 2410 Pennsylvania Avenue, which is right around the corner. We are currently looking to expand our operations to 1610 North Carey Street. If I may, I'd like to share a 1999 article.
So you
with the
said
board.
1610 North Carey?
Yeah, 1610 North Carey Street is the actual street address. It's part of 1645 North Calhoun Street. It's on the back side of the building. It's on the Carey Street side.
Okay.
And I'll get into that a little bit later because I do have an accessory commercial uses letter from Jeffrey Veal as well to go
Okay.
along with this. But let me present this to you first. So, auricular acupuncture is always performed on someone in a seated chair. And you'll see some pictures on our brochure and in the 1999 article. There are no private examination rooms, no doctors, no insurance companies, or anything else that you would find in a medical clinic. Rather, everyone sits in a large room in a circle in a group treatment setting. The acupuncturist, which I have one of here, Miss Claire Palander, is with us today, comes around and inserts acupuncture needles into the ears of each person, and then the lights are dimmed, and for the next 45 minutes, everyone participates in a time of reflection, meditation, and relaxation. We are one of the last organizations remaining in the city still practicing a holistic approach to substance abuse. We believe in addressing the whole health of persons engaged in a substance abuse treatment, and we have a very high success rate and clinical outcomes. In addition to acupuncture, we are also requesting that the zoning board approve us to conduct group counseling before and or after the acupuncture therapy sessions. So that's why we're petitioning the board's approval of our request under Article number 14-328B5, because our use constitutes a personal services establishment under the Neighborhood Commercial Establishment Clause. We feel that the service we are performing is much more closely aligned to massage or other personal services listed under this clause. So now I have my letter from dated February 2nd, 2012. This is the letter from Jeffrey Veal, which refers to the property and designates it for accessory commercial uses. One interpretation of this is that the services performed must be primarily for the enjoyment of the clients who live in the Frederick Douglass apartment building. And in fact, all of the clients who will be receiving services are and will be residents of the apartment building. Finally, we have full support of our City Councilman, Leon Pinkett. Additionally, Mr. Pinkett helped us facilitate a meeting with the neighbors and community members last week. We are happy to state that we have the full support of the community and the neighbors for this zoning appeal request. So, on behalf of Maryland Community Health Initiatives, I formally request the zoning board to approve our request to continue to serve the Penn North and Sandtown Winchester neighborhoods by offering expanded substance abuse treatment through acupuncture and group counseling in our new Cary Street location.
Great, thank you. Anybody else want to add it?
Do we have a letter of support from the council person?
You might have seen the councilman peek his head in earlier about an hour ago. He was getting ready to draft a letter, and then he notified us and said, since there's nobody opposing, I'm not going to draft the letter, but if you need us to, we can get one. We do have his full support.
Okay. Anybody else want to add anything? Great. Any questions from the board? Thank you very much.
Thank you.
All right, next case, 2018-300, 306 South Conkling Street.
Good afternoon, gentlemen.
Good afternoon.
My name is Donald Dewar.
Let me get you sworn in first.
Certainly.
Raise your right hands. Do you swear or affirm the testimony that you're about to give in this hearing will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Okay. Do we have any staff reports?
Yes, we have a letter from the Hollandtown Community Association. They write, it has come to the attention of the association that the owner of the property, 306 South Conkling Street, Mr. Dewar, has applied to use this property as a 2-unit rental property. This request is on the BMZ docket 4 and is scheduled to be heard Tuesday. The association wishes to object to this proposed change in the strongest possible language. Neighbors report that this property has been used as 2 dwelling units for years, despite its current single-family designation. Not only has Mr. Dewar been using the property illegally, 306 South Conkling Street has been the focal point of illegal activity for quite some time. In addition to our ask that this request be denied, the association requests additional enforcement regarding the current illegal 2-unit rental moving forward. That's the end of my report.
This property is located in an R8 residential district. We understand that the last use of the property was for a single-family dwelling. We have to recommend disapproval because conversions of dwellings from single-family to multifamily use require approval through the ordinance of mayor and city council and not through this board.
Okay. So tell us what you want to do here and why these folks are incorrect.
Well, I had some tenants that were problems. I didn't create them, but I got rid of them. They're put out, and I've only had one problem tenant that disrupted the community, as far as I know, in the past 15 years. So although I can empathize with them, and I am on their side, I don't want bad tenants who create problems in the neighborhood. And when their lease ended, I promptly evicted them. And I will do the same thing. I've been doing this business for 50 years. I built houses in Canton. I built the houses down around the dog park. I built the houses behind Sacred Heart of Jesus Church. I've rehabbed plenty of houses. And I don't have anything to do with people who are not consistently living in the neighborhood and getting along with other tenants or creating problems. None of those things make me any money, and I'm not going to stand for it. I never have.
Okay, so let's talk about the conversion.
Okay. I'd like to convince you all today that this property has always been a 2-unit property. And I have I'm going to start with a couple of things. As you may have seen, I think I sent six of these in. This is a drawing of the property. This property was originally built, I've had it for 15 years, and it has always had 2 entrances to it out front. And I've done nothing but improve this property since I had it. But it always had a studio apartment. And here's a copy. Here's a picture of what it looks like. And I keep it in good shape. The Google picture shows this, but it doesn't show it that I've improved the outside. The structure on the inside, when you enter to the left side, it goes up to the 2nd and 3rd floor, and when you enter on the right side, it goes into a small apartment. It's a studio apartment. I think what the neighbors were alluding to, and one of the reasons I did not renew the lease was that I rent this apartment, the studio down below, to only one person. It's too small. But I found that other people had moved in, and I evicted them. When you come into the place, there's 3 properties there, one on each side. They were all built with 2 entrances out front. They were, at one time, some of them were commercial. I have, in my possession, I have pictures of the inside. I've rehabbed the inside of the property. And, but I also have a movie, because I was told by Mr. Veal that you would like to see maybe what it looks like inside this property. And so I had a movie made of it, which I'm prepared to share with you.
If it's relatively short and you feel that you want to show us a movie, we'll watch a movie.
Okay, you're on. Here's some pictures of the inside of the.
But have you ever registered this unit as a 2-unit building?
I had it registered as a rental property, but I didn't register it as a 2-unit building. And my wife does that for me. I hate to put the blame on her. She's not here to defend herself, but she should have had it as 2 units. It costs the same thing to put down 2 units as it does 1 unit. There's no difference in price, and she put down 1 unit. But it's always the 15 years that I've had it, and all the years that I can tell before, and I have other additional impressive evidence to show you that the property has been a 2-unit property.
Are there separate meters in this property, separate gas and electric meters?
There are. I'm going to show you pictures of that. Now, this is the front and back of my house, but you'll see that there's 2 properties next to it. You see my yard is the one that's completely clean and without any debris in it. The houses next door, I've complained about several times to the city to get them to clean it up. But my property in the rear remains clean, remains locked.
Why don't you spend a few minutes talking to us about the history of the building, because that's a concern that we have.
Okay, well, I'll be glad to do that. And I brought someone here, Miss Felicia Zanino, who has lived in the neighborhood for her entire life, minus 2 months. When she was a child, she moved into the neighborhood 2 months. And I'd say it's over 39 years ago, but I won't say how many years beyond that. But if you
it's actually about 59 years. But it's always been my recollection that the facades of that's across the street from my family's funeral home, were always like this. So I was never inside the house, but I never recalled them being only one, having seen only one door. So I'm just simply saying that it was always my recollection that the openings were as they are now. That's it. Zanino, Zannino.
I went down to Mr. Veal and spoke with him on several occasions about this issue, and he did tell me that if I brought someone down who was a neighborhood expert, Felicia's family owns a funeral home that's up on the corner. She's within a half a block of this property. It's totally visible from her property, where she grew up at. And they gave me a copy of the zoning cards that they've had on file. Now, the zoning cards, it's my understanding with Mr. Veal that these zoning cards were hand-done some time ago. They may or may not always have been correct or been updated. But one of the zoning cards I'm going to show you here is from 1969, where there was a request to use the basement area as a print shop.
Okay.
Okay. Now here are the pictures of the studio and the electric boxes. I just want to say when you come in, this is from the inside. When you come in, there are 3 steps there. Those concrete poured steps have no seams on them. Those were poured when the basement was poured. That's how you get into that basement. There's on the additional walls that you'll see here, there's no evidence of anyone ever having broke through the walls or had any kind of other access to this particular unit in the basement, except through that front door or the back door, which it has going out to the backyard. And the electric boxes are in there as well.
So do you want us to make all these pictures part of our record?
Unless I have to come back here again.
Mr. Chair, what's this have to do with a residential unit?
I'm not sure.
Well,
I don't think it has anything to do with it.
well, someone was going to ask to use that residential unit as a commercial property. They never got the zoning, but it's always been 2 units, and that was my purpose for presenting it. It's been a 2-unit building as far as Felicia knows, and it's been a 2-unit building in 1969 when they asked for that property to be used for a print shop in the basement. That was my only purpose.
Well, that doesn't say there was an apartment in the basement.
Not at all.
No, it doesn't say there was an apartment. It was never approved anyway. But they asked for that, and it's the only paperwork that I had from the existing paperwork that's available in Baltimore City to show that it was a separate unit that somebody wanted to put a print shop in. Although never approved, they never asked for approval. They simply filed the initial paperwork because that unit existed.
Mr. Baumgart, do we have any history of this unit?
We do not.
Thank you.
So there's nothing indicating that there were 2 units?
That's correct. There's nothing indicating that there wasn't. There's just a lack of any record whatsoever for this property.
Okay.
When I met with Mr. Veal, he said if I could find someone in the neighborhood who could verify what I was saying, who had been there. I only had it for 15 years, but Felicia and her family have been there with that funeral home for over 50 years.
Am I correct? You've not been inside the building?
Not inside the building.
Okay.
Just verifying that there's been 2 entrances out there. People have if that was a single-family dwelling, there'd be no reason for 2 entrances off the street.
But I have known Mr. Duar for several years, and if he says that for 15 years he's owned it, and it's been 2 units, and there's no evidence that it was anything other than that, when you see the interior of it, that's the reason I'm here.
Okay.
Okay, thanks.
Any other questions from the board?
Now, if you'd really like to see those films.
I really don't care if you show it or not. If you
Okay.
want to show it as part of your case, you may, if it's short.
I just want to make sure I'm clear on a couple of things. So you said that at one time your 1-person apartment had numerous people in there and you didn't know about it until the community association said something about it?
Well, Felicia still is down the street. She's a half a block away from there. I don't live there. Felicia was, and I have been had done some business in the past with colors and things like that and other properties that I've had. And she told me about what the community association was concerned about. She let me know personally. We didn't know the community association was involved in it, but when she asked me if I wouldn't do something about it, I did. And I did it, I think she'll verify I did it promptly and took care of having those people evicted that were in there.
And I take for granted you have multiple units throughout the city?
I have multiple units throughout the city. I've rehabbed properties in Fells Point, Canton.
And even though you have that, it's your wife who made the mistake on the permit?
Well, it was I would say she is the one that do that for me. She does some of the work for me. She does my taxes. She does the recording of those things.
I check all my permits then if I reviewed it to see what
Well, I think when the cost of filing for a single or a single family or a two apartment is the same price, she probably didn't figure it meant very much. But I have fire alarms. I made sure there's fire alarms there, sensors. I had new electricity put in there. Yeah.
So again, if you want to show us a movie, you may. We really don't need to see. I think we understand. We've seen the pictures.
Okay. All right. Well, that'll be good. But when I spoke to Mr. Veal, he said that would be a good idea. But after watching what's going on today, I don't know that this would convince you any further that there's two doors out there. One goes only upstairs,
we've seen the
the other
pictures.
one only goes downstairs.
All right. Thank you very much. We're going to take a 5-minute or maybe a 7-minute recess. All right, we're going to go back in session, and I would ask everybody for Woodall, if you could just be quiet. We have one more case to hear before you, then we'll call your case. Next case is 2018-304, 3107 to 3109 Erdman Avenue.
Hi, good afternoon.
Is there any opposition? Yeah, here we go.
Let's come forward.
Okay, everyone who's going to testify, let me get you sworn in.
Raise your right hands, please. Do you swear or affirm? Do you swear? Raise your hand. Raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm the testimony that you're about to give in this hearing will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? Yes. Yes.
All right, can you state your name for the record, please?
My name is Messi Faduju.
And this, we have this to use as a health care clinic.
Yes, sir.
Okay, do we have staff reports?
Yes. First, we have 2 letters from the Bel Air Edison Community Association and Harbel. They write that the appellant has not shared their site plans with the association. The location is quite near the intersection of Blair Road and Erdman Avenue. The intersection is one of the most heavily trafficked intersections in Northeast Baltimore, adding a lot of drug abuse treatment centers, treatment center with its influx of clients to this location would serve to overwhelm the intersection. The location is adjacent to the Bel Air Edison Main Street, an area currently under revitalization. The placement of an abuse treatment center at this location would not be conducive to the revitalization of this commercial area. The intersection is at a transfer point of a number of bus routes, is frequented by a significant number of Baltimore City school students going to and from school utilizing the Baltimore Link. The association questions whether it is appropriate to place a drug abuse treatment center proximate to a point where there are a significant number of youths that are forced by the MTA to congregate. We also have 2 letters from Corey V. McCray and Talmadge Branch. They both write that as the elected official that represents the residents in the Bel Air community, I am in total support of the community's decision to petition against this new opening clinic. Currently, there are revitalization efforts underway that could negatively be affected by this potential business. The building is a 20,000 square foot and could be used in a myriad of ways to actually benefit advantageous development for the Bel Air Edison community. That is the end of my reports. Planning? No.
Okay. All right, to start off, tell us about this, what you want to do here.
Thank you, sir. I'm a nurse practitioner with doctorate degree. I've been practicing as a nurse practitioner in Catonsville. I started my practice in 2011. And serving my main population are Medicare, underserved, and Medicaid patients. I only have 10% of private care patients. And I practice Medicare, I practice primary practice, and I practice mental health. I do not do substance abuse, which the community refer as methadone, and explain to them moreover, I'm not licensed to practice or to dispense methadone. As that one being said, in my primary location, which is Catonsville, I have like maybe 100 patients from Bel Air, Cold Spring, Dundalk that they were assigned to me. So for them to travel to Catonsville, and it's like, you know what am I going to do? Let's find a midpoint where they can, instead of them traveling by bus, most of them, 80% of my clients travel by bus. It's only maybe 10, 20% has a car that can travel for their treatment. And I realized based on my own medical practice anyway, if one piece, that's why I call it comprehensive, it's one-stop shop. They have a lab there. We are going to have X-ray there. We're going to have a pharmacy there. It's not, once they see the doctor, they address their medical, they see the medical doctor. If they need lab, they get their lab done. If they get the result, they get their medication. And also, we're going to do telemedicine. Peradventure, they cannot come to the center. We partner with, I'm going to partner with John Hopkins Bayview, of which where I practiced for 6 years as a nurse practitioner, John Hopkins, and Mercy Medical Emergency Room to decongest those people coming. Because what they do, once they see them for a few hours, they say, we'll follow up with your primary care, of which they don't have primary care. Because I worked in ER before, and I was like, okay, you know what can I do? So I purchased the building. What the community is saying, they're only seeing a piece of what I'm going to offer. I sent a letter to Mr. Smith, Will, Jonette Richardson, and Carmen Morozen, of which they gave me when I submitted my application to introduce what I'm going to do. And I explained to the community when I met with them, because one of them was asking about Vivitro. I said, Vivitro is a medication assistance program. I'm licensed to produce. It's like getting a prescription, you get your medication. It's not like methadone that they have to queue up or they have to sign up or it's a daily dose. It's never a daily dose. Vivitro is once a month. They come in, they do their lab, we give them prescription, then they go and get their medication. And I'm only licensed to take care of 30, of which I'm at 29 at my current location, which is Catonsville. So what I intend to do, and what I explain to them is urgent care, of which I will be beneficial to other providers. I did talk to the one across, which is only doing primary medical care. I said, you know, once they come in, if they are uninsured, we take uninsured, we take Medicare, we take Medicaid, and probably 10%, because I partner with 17 insurance agencies. If they have, I'm not competing with any of my colleagues. Mine is to benefit the community, nothing else. I bought the building to benefit. And apart from this, a little piece of this medical that I'm going to do, where I'm thinking of co-working station, where people who wants to work anyway, not in their home, they can share the station when they work. But I'm working on getting an elevator inside the building where I can benefit them. And they can have a board meeting there, because the upstairs is 7,000 square feet building. Anyway, it's like, okay, the community can benefit. They can even have their meeting right there if it's conducive. So this is what they are looking into. It's just a piece. And I insure the insurance anyways, like, once we're able to get these people, I am not competing. My client don't have to travel 1 hour or to take 5 buses to come to Catonsville, and they do not want to go to another location. They don't want to go to another provider. So that is the reason why I say, okay, this is a better place. And concerning parking, I have 6 parking behind my building. I have like 6 by the side and like 4. And I'm partnering with I think it's 3701 and 2. There's a small parking space. I'm talking to them. And even across the medical building, I have an appointment to meet with medical director so that I can share their parking space. But as I said, most of my patients anyway, they don't even drive. They don't have a car. So it's near the bus station. That's why I purchased the building, because it's very close to bus stop or whatever. So I'm part of the association. So, and I told them, yes, yeah, I will. I just bought this building. I will be part of, because I will be part, and whatever I can benefit, whatever that can benefit the society, I am not doing drug rehab.
Okay. Who else is in favor of this? Here. Why don't you guys move over to this side so I can keep everybody straight? Excuse me, guys.
Mm-hmm.
If that's all, I'm going to hear from your opposition now.
Yes, sir.
And then I'll give you a chance to rebut what they said.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Rita Cruz. I'm president of Bella Edison Community Association. Our community association was started in 1947, and I brought some pictures to share with you. We already have 3 clinics. Can you hold that, Joe? We already have 3 clinics in that area. We really don't need another clinic, and those 3 clinics provide all the services for our residents. This proposed clinic that she's talking about is located here. This clinic, which is a medical clinic, emergency room, is right across the street from this one. This building shares the same parking lot as this medical center, and right at the corner, we also have another medical center. So we do not need another medical center in Bella Edison. And not only that, we don't know what kind of center it's going to be. She has never appeared before Bella Edison Community Association. We have Facebook page, we have an email. At our library on Urban Avenue, they post when we have our meetings. And also, there's an animal hospital that is on the same street. So today was my first time ever meeting her. And we would like to know, what is the purpose of this clinic? And as I indicated before, we already have enough clinics. Secondly, right in that area, that's a major transfer hub. We have numerous students. I'm a former teacher who transfer from that area to school and back home. It's already congested. So I don't want them seeing people hanging out, a lot of crime and things in the area. We are VRI, designated by the mayor. And right now, we're trying to keep crime down. We're trying to clean our areas. And right now, we just don't think that this clinic is going to be beneficial to the residents of Bella Edison Community Association. And I'm speaking for the welfare of my families and my children and Bella Edison communities. So I am totally, and we are totally against this clinic being placed, because today was my first time ever seeing her.
Okay.
Do I need to do it all over?
Have you been sworn in? You were sworn in earlier?
The first time we did it? Okay. So, good afternoon. I'm Councilwoman Shannon Sneed. I'm pretty sure it's been said that this is the first time that we've actually met the owner who bought the building. She did not come to the councilwoman to let me know the plan, so I could then advise her to go to the community to talk with them. The other points are, we have a plan for what we want to see in Bella Edison. We work with this with stakeholders, residents, Bella Edison Neighborhoods Incorporated. And so there is already a strategic plan And we are not in need of, that wasn't identified as an urgent care center for our neighborhood. And so if we're talking about growing our neighborhood and covering the assets that we have and having amenities that would make more people grow and want to move into Bella Edison, nothing against them. It's just not what our plan is for the area. That's not what we've identified as a need or wants in our area. We do have urgent care facilities that are not that far away. We have also medical clinics that are right across the street from them. So we're just not in need of that. And so I would love to work with her, since she now owns the building, to talk about some of the desires that we have and some of the vacancies that we're missing in this area. So she won't go without, a job or letting this building sit. We want to see something go in there, but it has to be something that we want and that we need in this community. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hello, my name is Ty Johnson, and I'm a resident of Bella Edison, as well as I work for Councilman Shannon Snead. I would actually not like to reiterate some of the points that have already been made, especially in the letters. I would like to speak to, if I can, the character of the appellant. I've had multiple conversations with Mrs. Fedoju at this point, and every single time we have a conversation, the what's going to happen with this clinic changes every single time. So since the conversation was brought up about Christina and Ms. Marazan from Bella Edison Neighborhoods Incorporated and the planning department, Ms. Fedoju did say that she wanted to use this as a mixed-use place, and so that it would be help for youth and seniors and other things of that nature. And then it was used specifically as a healthcare clinic. When we asked about what type of healthcare would be administered here, she was very evasive. And I think that the character of the appellant speaks to the type of business that she'll bring to Bella Edison, which will not be advantageous whatsoever. It'd be detrimental because I asked specifically about a drug that I researched, Vivitrol, which is a drug that recurring and or past drug users have to use to either stay away from drugs and other reasons that I haven't even researched yet. And she said, yes, we will be administering that. But then yesterday, she said, oh, this urgent care. If folks have high blood pressure, they can come in. We don't know who we're going to serve. We're going to service everyone. So there's no real business plan that's coherent that we're actually okay with. And it seems as if, as we go, the appellant is elusive and evasive in the ways in which she's conducting this, and just wants to say whatever to appease us so she can have her way with this building. That, I think, is very concerning, because then the type of business and the type of people we'll get in the community will be concerning.
Thank you.
Joe Richards, I'm the chair of the board of Bella Edison Community Association. As was stated, I just want to reiterate, this is our first time seeing her. The people that she named, they have nothing to do with Bella Edison Community Association. We don't even know what the MO, what her business plan is. We don't know.
Yeah, we gave you guys a chance to talk ahead of time. Did you talk to try to
Yes,
resolve?
but she wasn't conclusive. She was.
Okay, that's fine. I just wanted to ask the question. Okay. Okay. Anything else from the opposition? Ma'am, we'll give you the opportunity to address those concerns.
Yes, thank you so much, sir. When I submitted the application on 8/24, so actually they asked me to go and get the names of those in the association and the community. And that same day, I wrote a letter on 8/24. 8/27, Ms. Christiana Delgado and Mr. Will Smith sent me an email, oh, nice meeting you and all those, that we're going to meet. I said, okay, when we're going to meet on the 7th of September. So we're supposed to meet with Ms. Christiana Delgado and Mr. Smith. He said, oh, Mr. Smith could not come to the meeting. It's like, okay. Then I met with her. And she said, okay, we had a meeting. He said there's a community outing or coming up this Saturday that I'll get to meet with all the community. I said, okay, I need to know when is the next association meeting so that I can meet with them. He said, okay, we'll discuss it during the cookout ceremony that they have to. I said, okay, I will come. Like they said anyway, yes, I'm meeting them for the first time. The only two that were communicating, I didn't get a response from Jonette Richardson. Just say the email came back, she's out of time. When she resumed, I called, I left a message. I didn't get any response from them. Like I said, anyway, I will be more beneficial is urgent care. There's no urgent care in Bel Air. There's no urgent care. In Catonsville, we even have like, in my building, it's multi-professional building. So we have so many practices doing the same thing. And even down the road, like less than a block, we have 2 urgent medical care across from each other. So maybe Baltimore City is different. I don't know. I will be the one, if they want, if they are their patient anyway, instead of stocking the ER, they will come to me and I can disseminate it to the other provider they are saying. They are not urgent care. I talk to them. They don't provide urgent care services. Some are by appointment, some are walking. And if I see them to decongest, I can send them to them. I can send them to the 2 providers they are talking about. Because I did walk in there to see exactly what is going on. The medical one is like, okay, once I have my patient, if they want to, I can refer them because it's urgent medical care.
Okay. We typically don't go back and forth. I'll give you guys one.
Thank you.
We already have 3.
Okay. We understand. Any questions from the board? No. Thank you all very much.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you so much.
Okay. Case number 2018-72, 1401 to 1407 Woodall Street.
Demonstrate.
You guys got it.
She's all over the place.
Mr. Chairman, we have a real problem. Everybody was here 2 weeks ago. Mr. Woolman requested a postponement, so the postponement was granted. Now, everybody's here. Many of these people have parked where they're going to be towed at 4 o'clock. We waited all day. We were ready to go before. Mr. Woolman wasn't here. Now, these people have really been put upon. It's a very bad situation. I really feel sorry for these people.
Well, Mr. Murphy, what are you proposing?
Well, for anybody who has to go, I would suggest that the board allow them to say their piece before they go.
Well, as we discussed before the hearing got started, we were hoping to have some what I want to call case management, where both sides agreed for their primary case to spend 20 minutes or so, loosely calculated. And then we said for the individuals who are here who want to add something new, they would have that opportunity. And that's how I intend to proceed.
Mr. Chairman, can I just add one very brief thing? My name is Derek Baumgartner. I'm the director of the board. I don't vote or anything like that. For some bizarre reason, I was CC'd on an email from the folks in opposition at a couple different times, which I thought was a little bit odd, but that's okay. I responded to an email specifically to let folks know that contested cases are typically heard at the end of the docket, all right? So I find it a bit surprising that you bring up timing as an issue when I informed a good 4 or 5 folks from the opposition who controlled the opposition about the timing issue. So I just find that as a very bizarre request at this time when we specifically wanted to inform people this case would probably be heard about now, and now you're raising that issue. So, Mr. Chairman, I just wanted to bring that up and let everyone from the community know that was the purpose of that email.
The chairman called the case before, and we weren't ready to go. We were ready to go.
Excuse me.
We had no idea that this.
The hearing hasn't started yet.
We're on the record here.
Okay.
Mr. Chairman, again,
Well,
you're going to run the case.
but hold on.
I was going to offer something that may appease some of the witnesses.
Well, what are you proposing?
Well, if anybody has to go, would you let them anybody has to go, could you let them at least identify themselves and state their opposition before they go? Because it's 10 minutes to 4 now.
Mr. Wallman,
Actually, I was going to suggest that we don't have a problem, as long as it's obviously brief for obvious reasons. If people need to leave and they want to
and
go
I
first,
understand the issue. So why don't we get everybody sworn in who wants to say something?
Raise your right hands. Do you swear or affirm the testimony that you're about to give in this hearing will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Okay, so as you come up, state your name, stand in front of this mic.
Anybody who's got to go at 4 o'clock, come on up.
I do.
Okay.
Hello, my name is Brooke Johnson. I live on Woodall Street. I have a family of 4. We will be highly impacted by the alleged proposal that is going on right now. And one of our major concerns, well, there's many, needless to say. However, it was brought up in one of the first meetings when we were trying to work with Mr. Goodyear on this, which has happened on quite a few occasions, but to no avail. And we are a community that does work with developers, and that has been proven and seen because we've had plenty of developments take place near and around us. This, of course, is quite different, being that it's flush up to our homes. My home is my only and largest investment. It is my family's life. It is all of my money. That is where I live. That is my home. If I ever thought a building was going to come behind my house of 9 stories and crack my foundation and open up toxic land, clearly I would never be there. This is never expected. It is unprecedented, and it does not fit our community whatsoever. To build a building like that flush up to these small row houses, it is criminal, quite frankly. I suffered a rare stage 4 cancer. I'm not about to suck in that dirt that they're going to pull up from old, ancient industrial working land. This is a very, very big concern for my family, for everybody in the neighborhood. In particular, that road at Key Highway, the corner at Key and Woodall and Stevenson, would be the largest cluster ever. We already had that take place at the top of the street. There are only 2 entrances into Locust Point. The calmer one, which is there at Key Highway, would be destroyed, and not the calmer one. They both would be difficult entrances into that point, where there are only 2. Domino's Sugar is already there with their trucks and has that land there. And they are proposing to have a garage go in and out in the similar area where Domino's trucks already are. Let alone, we haven't seen the parking equal the amount of workers that they would have proposed in that building. Thank you very much for your time and concern in this matter.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman.
Okay.
One person.
So, as,
Just to make sure, it's just for the people that had to leave at 4.
Yeah.
yeah.
From now on, you can't just speak on the record without giving your, I need your name, sir.
Anthony Vittoria. I was responding to something that
How
Council.
do you spell your name? Your last name.
V as in Victor, I-T-T-O-R-I-A.
Okay. So, for those of you who appear before us, you know the rules. The appellant is going to present, the opposition will have their opportunity to present their case, and then the appellant will have the opportunity to rebut what the opposition puts on the record. That will be the end of the case. And as we discussed earlier, we discussed a rough time frame of 20 minutes or so for the principal case of each council, and then for any residents who want to come up and give their opinion, we're going to allow that, but I would ask you to, if we hear it once, we understand it, we don't really need to have the same thing said over and over and over again. So with that stated, Mr. Woolman, let's tell us about the project.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman, members of the board. My name is Joe Woolman. I am a local land use attorney. I represent the owner and developer of the subject property in this appeal. In the interest of time regarding an introduction to this matter, I do have a memorandum of law, which I'd like to introduce to the record. I've got copies for council. In the interest of time, I'll briefly state a brief introduction into this matter. I think the board's unfortunately going to become aware that we're going to have to agree to disagree regarding the history of negotiations in this matter. We obviously have one take on that history. I'm sure the community has another take on this matter, but I just want to give you some brief facts regarding the background of the case. It arises out of the purchase of a C2 zone property which fronts Key Highway East by the appellants in July of 2017. Mistakes were discovered regarding the zoning of the two adjacent properties on Stevenson, which had always been contemplated as part of the redevelopment project by the appellants in this matter. After initial outreach to the community and city council leaders, a rezoning bill was contemplated correcting these mistakes and bringing the adjacent lots into compliance with the existing C2 zoning on Key Highway. That bill was introduced on October 16th, 2017. Prior to the scheduling of any hearings or action on the bill, a pre-development meeting was held with the Department of Planning on October 20th, 2017, and meetings with the Locust Point Community Association were held on November 1st and November 20th, 2017. A meeting with the Baltimore Development Corporation and the Baltimore City Law Department were held on November 2nd and January 9th, 2018, respectively. A Planning Commission hearing was scheduled on February 22nd, 2018, but was canceled when it became clear that the Locust Point Community Association would not support the rezoning bill. Without the C2 zoning for the adjacent lots, the appellants were forced to move the entire project except for parking onto the existing C2 lot, which is the lot, as you'll see, that fronts on Key Highway East. To maintain the economic feasibility of the project, additional height was required, and an appeal before the BMZA was filed back on March 6, 2018. At the behest of City Councilman Eric Costello, the appellant reluctantly postponed the BMZA hearing scheduled for April 17th in favor of conducting additional and extensive negotiations with the community regarding the rezoning bill and the smaller project it would permit. 2 more meetings were held with Locust Point Community Association on April 3rd and May 14th, 2018. A second BMZA hearing, which was scheduled for July 24th, was postponed as the appellants made a last-ditch effort to reach a compromise with the community. Unfortunately, as you're well aware, a compromise could not be reached, and we have no choice now to proceed with the application that's before the board. And again, my clients would get up and say that they negotiated in good faith and tried to work this out. I'm sure the community would disagree with that. But I think what's important to note is that's not the issue that's before the board. The issue before the board is whether or not to grant a conditional use and variances pursuant to the rule of law as applied to the facts in this case. And with that in mind, I've got an exhibit packet that I would introduce. Again, I have copies, which I'd like to have handed out. They're marked Exhibits 1 through 8B. With the exception of 3 of the exhibits at the end, they were prepared by our project engineer, and I would call him to testify at this time. And what I'd like to do is just walk through the exhibits.
Yeah, one for council.
Yeah, we need to. Everybody get one? Okay. Again, in the interest of time, I'll walk through these exhibits. I'd also, and I'll defer to Mr. Murphy's take on this, but I'd like to offer Mr. Sharon, who's standing to my right, he'll identify him with himself shortly, as an expert in the field of engineering. We can go through the voir dire regarding that expertise unless Mr. Murphy is willing to stipulate to.
Mr. Murphy.
Correct.
Okay.
Thank you, Mr. Murphy. Mr. Sharon, please introduce yourself to the board.
Good afternoon. My name is Joshua Sharon. I am a licensed civil engineer, and I work for Morris and Ritchie Associates. S-H-A-R-O-N.
Mr. Sharon, good afternoon. We're going to walk through. Actually, let me first ask you, did you prepare, with the exceptions of 8A and 8B, all the exhibits contained in this packet?
Correct, I did.
Okay, and it's the packet you have before you. The board members have copies of the packet, as does opposing counsel. Let's start with Exhibit 1. The labels are at the bottom right, correct?
Exhibit number 1 is the subject property, vicinity zoning overall. So this exhibit is an aerial to show you the surrounding zoning uses in the Locust Point area. We've identified our site specifically. It's approximately the middle of the page, and it is a red hatch zone.
This one exhibit sort of represents the entire, well, not the entire, but the general area around the project site, correct?
That is correct.
And just for the board's reference, we did have this one exhibit put on a larger board for your reference during the hearing, if you care to take a look at that. And the hatched area describes the project area, is that correct?
That is correct.
And obviously, it's color-coded, and the lighter peach or pink, whatever color you want to call it, represents all of the C2 property in the area. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Moving on quickly to 1A, that's an aerial photograph. That represents the same area. Is that correct?
That is correct, and with this, this is a Google Earth imagery that we have overlaid, and we've also identified some of the surrounding road networks as well as some of the large commercial projects in the area.
And again, the hatched area on the aerial photograph, does that represent the C2 zone property in the area?
That is correct. That is the C2 zoning.
And then Exhibit 2, please describe what that exhibit is.
This exhibit we prepared, this is a buildable area, and the point of this exhibit was to show the unconsolidated I-1 zoning. So you can see here we have hatched, also cross-hatched, but not colored, along the frontage of Stevenson Street. And we also have delineated on there the approximate percentage of the buildable area. So you see 32.8 buildable area and 31.2 buildable area using the setbacks for bulk regulation.
And that would be the buildable area if the setbacks were enforced to their strict letter of the law, correct?
That's correct. That's the intention of the exhibit.
Great. Exhibit 3 is a little bit different than Exhibit 1. This is another zoning map, is that correct?
Correct. This is a zoning map moving to the northwest from our site.
And again, the C2 is depicted via the color code, correct?
That is correct.
And then Exhibit 3A is an aerial, again with the hatching of the C2 area, is that correct?
That is correct.
Okay. Exhibit 4 is another zoning map in the city, is that correct?
That is correct. This zone is Little Italy, Eastern Avenue to Lombard.
And again, the same C2 color code is shown, as is on the next page, which is the...
Is this relevant to the
Yes, so we are attempting to show you different zones and areas throughout the city where we have C2 zoning up against R8 and R10.
We'll let it in.
I'll be heard in final argument regarding that issue, if I may. Exhibit 5, again, another area in the city.
Correct. This is 5 and 5A. This is Eastern Avenue over in the Highlytown area. Again, C2 is shown in the light pink is.
And same with the aerial photograph.
You can proceed.
Thank you. Again, 5A, same aerial photograph with the hatched area. 6 is an area along Patapsco Avenue, again showing C2 zoning adjacent to R8, correct?
That is correct.
And an aerial photograph, 6A, showing the same thing, correct?
We do get that C2 does abut R8 in various parts.
And I'm trying to move through as quickly as I can, just to identify them for the record as exhibits. Last one is 7 and 7A, again shows another area, correct?
That is correct.
Okay. And then exhibits 8, 8A, and 8B are actually shadow exhibits, is that correct?
That is correct.
And our project architect prepared this, not you, is that correct?
That is correct.
And he's present as well, I'd call him at this time. Mr. Sullivan, please introduce yourself to the board members.
Sure. I'm Keith Sullivan. I work for Mosley Architects right here in Baltimore. I'm the Director of Planning, so I primarily focus on architecture and large-scale master planning projects.
And again, I would make the same offer or proffer regarding Mr. Sullivan's background. Again, we can go through voir dire if necessary. We have his resume with us.
No objection.
Thank you very much. Ask that he be admitted as an expert in those two fields, architecture and planning. Mr. Sullivan, you prepared exhibits 8A, 8, and 8B, correct?
That's correct.
If you could walk through each of those and explain to the board members what these depict.
Sure. So what you have here is various height studies relative to the shadow that they cast. Starting with Exhibit 8, what you're seeing is what we're proposing for the conditional use. So we've got we've got the property along Woodall Street, Stevenson, and Key Highway, with the 100-foot section along Key Highway East Road, and then it steps down to the 60-foot section. Following the sun path from the right-hand side of your page to the left, That's sort of the morning condition, 8 a.m. At the top right, that's sort of summer solstice, so that's going to be the longest day of the year. Starts on the right-hand side, moves to noon to the center, and then travels over to Woodall Street in the evening. And as you can see in the dark gray area, there's the path of the shade cast from that structure is demonstrated. The following 2 pages basically do the same exact thing. At the Exhibit 8A is the by right condition, so it's an all 60-foot building. So you can see the comparison between what we're asking for from a conditional use in terms of 100-foot versus 60-foot. I'd say somewhere between the 8 o'clock hour in the morning and noon, all of this shade is going north of the site, so it's casting itself on Key Highway and not back towards the neighborhood.
In your opinion, is there any difference between the shadows and the light and air cast towards the residential neighborhood between a 100-foot building, a 60-foot building, or a 30-foot building?
There's virtually none. I think early morning, you're going to have some long shadows, but then, as I mentioned, by probably 10 a.m. or some point in between that 8 a.m. and noon hour, all the shadows are cast opposite direction of the existing neighborhood.
Thank you. I have no further questions for Mr. Sullivan.
Just ask him a question. There will be a shadow in the early morning, you say?
Partially. So you can sort of see it.
What time is that?
It's 8 a.m. in the morning. There'll be a slight shadow on the immediate adjacent structure. And then as you see the sun path move around, it all goes towards the Key Highway side. And then also late afternoon, it goes towards the Domino Sugar parking on the east side of the property.
When will there be a shadow?
Sort of first thing in the morning, 8 o'clock.
And that's at every height, right?
Right, every height. So at the by right, it happens. It happens at the 100-foot ask, and then we've included for I didn't mention Exhibit 8B shows a 30-foot height structure, which is more in keeping with the sort of adjacent structure heights. Even at that time, there is a small partial shadow that casts on the rear yards of those existing structures.
I have nothing further.
Okay.
At this time, I'd call Al Berry. Again, I would make the same proffer. I know the board is very familiar with Mr. Berry. I believe he has testified even recently before this board as an expert in the field of planning and zoning, and asked that he be accepted as an
I'll
expert.
accept them.
Okay.
Mr. Berry, you're familiar with the site, correct?
Yes, I am.
And you've visited the site, correct?
Several times.
And could you please describe the nature of the site?
Well, the nature of the site on Key Highway has a frontage on Key Highway, and it has another appendage, so to speak, along the side, along Stevenson, and it's an industrial building. Part of the industrial building's back up to a residential community on Woodall. The site if you look at the aerials we've passed out, it would be unique in the sense that it's sort of a one consolidated site that goes around a group of row houses. It's unlike the row house lots that are subdivided. This is more of an industrial site that you would see along different aspects of Key Highway particularly toward the city.
And Mr. Berry, you're familiar with the zoning classifications for the subject properties?
Yeah, the zoning splits the property in a sense, but with the frontage being C2 and I1 being the part to the back.
And just for the board's reference, the gray area in this hatched area on Exhibit 1 is the industrial zoning, is that correct? And the frontage on Key Highway is the C2?
Yeah, it has the same zoning as the Domino Sugar properties to the east, I guess that is.
Mr. Berry, in your opinion, could C2 as a zoning classification serve as a buffer between industrial and residential uses?
That's a leading question. Objection.
Thank you.
The city zoning code designed C2 as a mixed-use zoning. It was designed to be on arterial streets, and it certainly, as we'll get into later, is found throughout the city in neighborhoods that is adjacent to both residential communities and also industrial properties.
And if you would, for the board, please describe the grade change, which really isn't very well depicted on these two-dimensional maps regarding the site and the neighborhood.
starting at Key Highway, if you take Key Highway as a level sort of street, you then go back into the site along the hatched area that's I-1, and you start a grade change going up. So there's you begin to pick up the grade as the houses, in fact, on Woodall extend north toward Ford Avenue, and then across the street, the Domino is in fact another grade change where you have a parking lot for the industrial use sort of elevated above Stevenson.
And why is the grade change significant in this matter?
Well, the grade change is significant because when you build anything around it, you're going to compensate for the grade change, and it's going to be less apparent just for that purpose.
And I'll now refer you to what's labeled as Exhibit 2 in the exhibit packet, and this is labeled as the zoning site plan. And you heard Mr. Sharon testify regarding the hatched area representing a building envelope. Why is this particular exhibit important regarding the variance requests in this case?
Well, to extent...
Objection. I wasn't aware there was a variance request.
There is.
Is there a variance request? Is that written down anywhere?
There is.
Where?
For the parking garage. Setbacks, just setbacks.
The planning report or the planning commission report, neither one of them mentions the variance
Well, the
request.
zoning board staff does. I think that's what's most
Murphy, we
important.
do have a variance request in our documents.
We do?
We do.
What was posted on the sign?
We are not taking questions like that. This is a hearing. We're going to maintain some order here. So let's do with the lawyers.
Again, Mr. Berry, why is the building envelope exhibit important regarding the variance request for the parking garage?
Well, if you take away the setbacks that are required in C2, you would then be left with a site, even under I-1, that would be highly unlikely to be rebuilt. So in that sense, it's a hardship on the property owner to have to follow setbacks that would be required for this site, because it is a small site in and of itself.
And in your opinion, is I-1 an appropriate zoning classification for the two small lots along Stevenson?
Well, with I-1 and the setbacks that are required and the industrial zoning, I'd be hard-pressed to imagine a use that could actually be put into the I-1. So Transform Baltimore, in fact, at least when I heard from the planning department, was that they tried to avoid split zoning properties. And this was a case where I think just because of the various property lines and they weren't aware that the property was in effect consolidated by one developer, the city council gave one part C2 and the other part I-1. I would think that was a mistake in somebody's mind. It was either the council or the planning departments.
And I'll now call your attention to, just very briefly, to Exhibits 8A, 8, and 8B. These are the shadow exhibits. I think we made the point, but please explain to the board, based on your expertise, the importance of the shadow exhibits as regarding the conditional use requested in this case.
Part of the request for conditional use or variance is the availability of light and air, and I think the shadow studies demonstrate that even under a 30-foot building, much less a 60 or 100-foot building, the impact of shadow, light, in effect, is de minimis.
And Mr. Berry, you're aware that obviously we've requested a conditional use in this case. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And are you familiar with the required findings under the code that the board must review regarding conditional uses? Regarding those findings, I'll ask you, would the establishment, location, construction, maintenance, or operation of the conditional use be detrimental to or endanger the public health, safety, or welfare, and I'll stress this last part, above and beyond those inherently associated with the height, irrespective of its location within the zone?
I could, in my professional opinion, I could see no detriment on the adjacent properties for either the 60-foot building or the 100-foot building. So I don't think, the Key Highway, you have to understand, not you, but the board should understand that you have tall buildings and mixed-use buildings throughout the Locust Point neighborhood, some in C2, some in other zones. And I think it's different from a building, a 100-foot building in the middle of a residential neighborhood. This is a 100-foot building that's proposed at the edge of an industrial area, which you'll hear from later, as well, and it's in conformance with the development pattern that you find along Key Highway.
And again, for the record, would the use, in your opinion, be precluded by any other law? Is there an applicable urban renewal plan or any other law that would preclude this use?
No, there's no other restriction that we're aware of that the city has imposed on this property.
And again, for the record, would the authorization be contrary to the public interest, again, above and beyond those inherently associated with the height, irrespective of its location within the C2 zone?
Not in my opinion.
And would the authorization be in harmony with the purpose and intent of the zoning code for the city?
Yes, it would.
Regarding the resulting traffic patterns and adequacy of parking and loading, do you have an opinion regarding that, regarding the proposed project for the site?
Again, Key Highway South is a major street. It has access to Domino, it has access to Under Armour. The proposed use is going to add some traffic, but it's not, I've seen nothing that would show that that traffic could not be handled by the project, the way that they're proposing access on the side streets, frankly. Key Highway is going to not have traffic access, it's going to have access on the side street, opposite the Domino Industrial Park.
And again, for the record, and finally, describe the nature of the surrounding area and to the extent the proposed use might impair its present and future development, if any.
One can look at the high-density development that's, again, throughout this Locust Point neighborhood, centered in many ways or fronting on either Ford Avenue or Key Highway, also within the C2 zoning for the property.
And Mr. Barry, you're familiar with additional considerations, not required findings, but considerations that the board can consider in the review of a conditional use case. You're familiar with those? I believe there are 14 of them in total. Is that correct?
Yes.
And are any of those particularly of importance regarding the request in this case that you have an opinion regarding?
I would say that many of them aren't particularly relevant to the discussion in terms of, for example, churches, schools, public structures. We talked about the light and air, which is shown, I think, adequately from the shadow study.
Thank you. Regarding the variance request, you're familiar that there's a setback variance request for a parking garage on the I-1 properties. Are you familiar with that request?
Yes.
And in your opinion, is a parking garage an industrial use typically associated with I-1 zone properties?
Well, the parking garage is a permitted use in the I-1 zone, so we start with that, whether it's used for an industrial use or not. And the variance is needed, again, because of the narrowness of the site itself and the unbuildable area, if the strict letter of the zoning of the setbacks was required.
And in your opinion, can the proposed parking garage be erected without any adverse impact on the health, safety, or general welfare of the public in general?
In my opinion, there would be no impact, negative impact. The access to it is not affecting the residential streets at all. It's affecting, opposite the industrial parking lot.
And Mr. Barry, you're familiar with various documents that have been filed, and we'll call them in opposition to our request. Is that correct?
That's right.
There's a staff report from the Department of Planning that I believe recommends disapproval of the project. Are you familiar with that?
Yes.
I have a copy of it. I'm sure the board has it in its file. I'll just show it to Mr. Barry and ask Mr. Barry to share his opinion regarding the
You
conclusions.
have a copy from Mr.
Oh, certainly.
Excuse me, Mr. Chairman, I don't mean to interrupt. Weren't we supposed to go through the reports in the beginning before this started?
It's not a hard and fast rule, Mr. Murphy, but we typically do that, and I guess I forgot to call for staff reports, but we will call for staff reports. We'll let Mr. Wallman finish, then we'll call for staff reports.
Thank you.
Mr. Barry, again, I just ask your opinion regarding the conclusions and the recommendations from the Planning Department and your opinion regarding those conclusions.
Well, if you read the Planning Department's recommendation to the board in total, in my opinion, it bases more on the fact that they believe that the C2 zone and the height of this building is in error. I think they're concerned that maybe the C2 zone was incorrectly put on the property by the city council. To me, that's the sum of their argument. And that the height, therefore, as a conditional use would be inappropriate, which is, again, a permitted conditional use under the C2 zone. It's not something that we're asking a variance for. It's something that is presumed to be permitted with conditions, of course. So I would dismiss their recommendations as something that they feel the zoning is wrong, and therefore the height request is wrong because the zoning is wrong. It's something not to be considered.
And I have a copy of the report in case any members would like to see that. And I'll just focus on one of the zoning map exhibits, exhibit number 3, and ask your opinion and testimony regarding the significance of what this map depicts regarding the conditional use request in particular.
This map, number 3, as well as the other maps we're going to get into, there were some objections raised, but what we wanted to show the board was the number of C2 similar zones throughout the city, again, either adopted by the Planning Commission or ultimately adopted by the City Council, which shows the relationship of C2 and higher density development to R8 row house neighborhoods. So this is not a unique situation that you have tall buildings or higher density buildings coming into the middle of a residential neighborhood. You'll see throughout all the exhibits, unless you want to go through one by one, Little Italy is the most, maybe the one most familiar with, which has high density development on either side on both sides of Little Italy. It continues to this day.
I think in the interest of time, unless the board would like to hear further regarding the additional exhibits, I take the chairman's point regarding the board's notice that there is other areas in the city where these conditions exist. I won't ask any further questions unless the board has questions about the other exhibits in Mr. Berry's testimony.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Murphy, you have any questions to Mr.
Yeah, I
Berry?
have a few questions. Mr. Berry, you just mentioned other C2 zones throughout the city and gave examples. How many of those are next to a 100-foot building?
How many are next to 100-foot building?
How many C2 zones have a 100-foot building next to a residential zone?
Well, Little Italy, if we go to the Little Italy exhibit.
That's exhibit 4?
Yes. Go to the zoning map.
Perkins Home is low-rise buildings, are they not?
At the moment, they are. Right.
All right. Are there any others?
I don't believe that there is a 100-foot building existing in Little Italy in the C2 zone at the moment.
Just so I can understand the question, is the question, are there 100-foot buildings next to a C2 zone?
How many 100-foot buildings are in a C2 zone that are next to a residential zone?
Oh, in a C2 zone. Okay.
I'm looking at Little Italy, and my recollection is that the homes there are low-rise, even though they're zoned C2. Perkins Homes.
If you don't know anything about
I think the point was made was not whether there is a 100-foot building next to any R8 row homes. It's the applicability of, and the appropriateness of the zoning for C2 next to the R8 zone.
May I ask you about the variances? For the portion of the property that's zoned C2, what is the variance required? Is there not a 30-foot rear yard requirement? Is that shown on the plan?
I don't believe that's a request for the,
Excuse me?
I don't think that's the request before the zoning board.
It is not.
Well, isn't there a 30-foot?
The zoning staff report accurately reflects the fact that there's no need for variances on the C2 property. I believe that's contained in the board's file as part of the.
I'm asking Mr. Barry, doesn't the C2 zone have a 30-foot setback, rear yard setback?
Does it? I don't remember all.
Let me just see if I can find it real quick.
Yeah, that's right.
Be in the back.
Requirements, Jason Canale. So we've got staff report says that.
the C2 zone has a minimum rear yard. If rear yard abuts an alley, none,
I'm going to
otherwise
object at this
20
point for the
feet.
record whether this is a question or an argument made regarding the
Asking
code.
this,
which-
I'll
a
show
question.
Mr. Barry
Okay.
a copy of the zoning ordinance. Doesn't it have a 20-foot rear yard setback?
And it references an alley.
There's no alley behind half of the building.
That's an interpretation that the zoning administrator had to make before it was sent up to the zoning board.
The other setbacks shown, there's a 10-foot front yard setback, is that correct?
That's right.
And a side yard setback of 10 feet. And is there a 30-foot, you're showing a 30-foot rear yard setback on the I-zone?
Pardon?
Is there a 30-foot rear yard setback? Is that what you're showing? Exhibit 2?
Yeah, there is a setback on the I-zone.
Of 30 feet. And these setbacks, they're not designed to protect adjacent residential areas?
Well, they're designed to, as a guide to, that any new building should be, try to follow, but that when you have standards that prevent any building from meeting those standards for uniqueness, for example, the board has the ability to vary those.
But you don't think that this would have an adverse effect whatsoever?
I testified earlier, I could see no,
The adjacent residential areas?
no, not really.
Do you think perhaps the people who live in those residential areas might have different views about that?
Well, certainly they might have different views. Residential neighbors come in opposed to projects all the time. The point is that some of
The point
the,
is the setbacks have a purpose. Isn't that the point? Setbacks are there for a purpose.
They're a
Isn't
guide.
that- Isn't
They're a
that the
guide.
point, Mr. Barry?
they're a guide.
They're a requirement. They're written in the law.
Well,
Now, finally, you gave your opinion that considering this property, you said it wasn't in the middle of a residential neighborhood. This is not a residential neighborhood we're talking about?
not in the middle of I think the maps show that it is hardly in the middle of a residential neighborhood.
Adjacent, it's part of a residential neighborhood.
It's adjacent, I never said
You
it
don't
wasn't.
think this would have any effect on this residential neighborhood?
Not over, over what the permitted use would be without the conditional use.
Not an additional 30 feet high?
No. The only impact one might have from additional height would be if there was an diminution of light, and we've already been shown that there's no impact
You wouldn't have any
whatsoever.
feeling of somebody looking down on you from 100 feet as opposed to 60 feet?
Somebody on a ninth story of a building that will be looking at the roof of a row house, I don't know that that's an intrusion on anybody's
You don't
privacy.
think that's an intrusion?
Any more than somebody on a
You
60,
don't think
in
that's
a six-story
any
building.
sense out of scale with the existing residential neighborhood?
Scale is.
You're laughing about it, Mr. Barry,
Scale,
but I
scale,
can't- I'm
you're
trying to
you're
find
taking,
out.
you're taking the premise that a building in and of its, tall building in and of itself is inappropriate within a neighborhood that might only be 2 stories.
Four times the height of the existing row houses. You don't consider that that has any effect whatsoever on the existing row houses? Something that's 4 times the height?
Again, for the record, I'm just going to have to object. I know the rules of evidence don't apply, but it's asked and answered. It's argumentative. I think we understand the point that Mr. Murphy is
Well,
making.
We've
trying to
given,
find
we've
out-
given you a lot of latitude. I'm going to let
Understood.
Mr. Murphy ask
Yep.
his questions.
Very well.
I think the tall buildings that are being built and have been built in the Otterbein neighborhood, for example, on Charles Street, next to Tuscany Canterbury, those are examples of height in relation to smaller buildings that have not shown any, to my knowledge, any decrease in property value just because of a tall building being next to a
No
row house neighborhood.
setbacks, no setbacks whatsoever between the height building and the 4 times the height and a row house, with eliminating all setbacks.
If the lack of setback doesn't change the amount of light and air to the adjacent properties, then there's no impact. Your argument has to do with height.
That's your feeling. There's no impact if it's no light in there.
That's right.
That's all I have.
Nothing further.
Okay. Any other witnesses?
My final witness, very briefly, is the developer, Dan Goodyear. I'd just like him to very briefly talk about the reason they purchased this property and the reason they'd like to do the project, et cetera. Mr. Goodyear, please identify yourself for the members of the zoning board.
Sure, I'm Dan Goodyear. I'm the principal of Goodyear Properties.
And describe your duties and a little bit about Goodyear Properties.
Goodyear, spelled good, I-E-R.
And Dan, if you would, for the board, just very briefly, a background on your duties and a background of the company and projects you may have done in this neighborhood.
Sure, we're a second-generation local real estate family, and I run the commercial side of our business, which is mostly commercial investments and leasing, with some development and redevelopment. We have our sort of flagship property down the road at 1414 Key Highway that we recently redeveloped to include Planet and the Order and Chaos Coffee Shop, and our offices are in there. That also is immediately adjacent to some row homes, so we're very sensitive to the issues that building in an urban environment brings. And bought this property just because we feel that this is a wonderful neighborhood, and a nice mixed-use project would go very well here, as evidenced by the success of all the other mixed-use properties that have gone on in the area.
And just one last question, and just for the board's education, you recognize the photograph here. We'll mark this as Exhibit 1B for the record.
Yes.
I have copies for this existing photo.
Thank you.
Thanks. And just very briefly describe what's depicted here in the photograph.
That's the existing property along Key Highway. Right now, it's a rundown industrial property that can't be occupied.
And when you saw the property, did you take note of its zoning classification before you made the purchase?
Of course.
Okay. And that zoning classification is and was?
C2.
Thank you very much. Nothing further.
Mr. Murphy?
Yeah, this rundown property you described, that seems to be the same height as the adjacent buildings?
Roughly, yes.
Thank you.
Okay. Anything else?
Nothing else. That's our
All right,
case.
and
in
we're
chief.
going
Thank
to,
you.
as I said, we did a little out of order, so we're going to take staff reports at this point.
I'll go first because I got the most. Okay. We have over a dozen letters from residents. They write primarily that the Sea-Doo Community Commercial District is intended for areas of small to medium-scale commercial uses, typically located along corridors.
Mic, please.
Okay. The C2 Community Commercial District is intended for areas of small to medium-scale commercial uses, typically located along urban corridors. Right now, that there are 0 commercial uses. The current state of this corridor is solely 2 to 3 story row homes with neighboring industrial, Domino Sugar, and a 100-foot residential tower would be sorely out of place in this area among all city standards. This development is entirely incompatible with the neighboring uses. This development would create an entirely imbalanced state of traffic and pedestrian circulation. Woodall and Stevenson Streets are currently quiet, low-traffic areas in terms of both automobiles and pedestrian circulation. Were this zoning change and development to proceed as is, the automotive traffic would increase exponentially and put the neighborhood at risk due to impractical and unsafe changes in traffic, volume, and patterns. It would put the surrounding neighborhood in grave danger of automotive and pedestrian collisions and congestion. The current Key Highway traffic highly impacted by both Under Armour and Domino Sugar, including a continuous flow of tractor trailers on Key Highway, and the neighboring truck traffic cannot handle any added congestion that this development would bring. The traffic patterns along Key Highway and turning on and off of Stevenson Street would become extremely dangerous for the entire area with the additional traffic this development would bring. We have a letter from the ASR Group. Basically, they own Domino Sugar. They write that our industrial property sits immediately across the street from the proposed development on two sides, across Key Highway East to the north and across Stevenson Street to the east. Now, in its 96th year, our facility employs 600 people, operates on a 24-hour basis, and generates more than 33,000 truck trips
Mr.
a year.
O'Malley's here, he could testify to this. Just a
Okay,
time.
so we can cease reading
Okay.
now.
We have a similar, makes the same points from the Baltimore Industrial Group. They are concerned that this would have an impact and is inappropriate because of the nature of the surrounding area, inadequate access roads, existing truck routes, nature of the proposed site and structure, and resulting traffic patterns. Is Councilman Costello here? Okay. We have a letter from Councilman Costello. He writes in opposition to the appeal. The proposed building, along with parking garage, is directly adjacent to two-story row homes directly south of the site. Let's see. A residential use is not appropriate directly across the street from heavy industrial uses such as Domino Sugar, north of the site and the opposite side of Key Highway. Over the past year, I have been involved in discussions between the development team and the community regarding this site and have seen overwhelming support from the LPCA to build something in scale with the immediate adjacent two-story row homes. Now, planning's report.
Mr. Chair, I'll summarize our report and then editorialize a little bit if you're willing. We do know that this is a split property, I suppose, after the board makes a decision on this. I note in the housing's referral sheet for the appeal, the first word is consolidate. I think I heard a referral to the property as being split zoned. I don't believe it is in its current format. I think they're separate parcels. Aside from that, I think Mr. Berry's interpretation of our message is perhaps a little bit different than we intended. If that was unclear, we apologize. I call out the fact that this C2 zone is a singular parcel. It's in isolation, split between industrial and residential properties. I'm not aware of any other instances of where that exists in the city. We point that out only because the standards for conditional uses would consider whether the impacts of development in this district, in this location, would be different than if it were in any other C2 district around the city. So that's the reason why we point that out. I believe being this close as proposed, they are fairly narrow lots. Therefore, in order to maximize the total number of units that they would like to provide, it would want to encourage them to use the entire flat surface area, hence the request for the yard setbacks. Because of that and because of the configuration of the property, I believe would have more of a negative impact on the adjacent residential properties than would be typically seen in other parts of the city. In addition to that, looking through some of the sample plans that are proposed, and I know that may not be directly on the table, and we will have design review authority over those in the future. I see in the garage plans over 2/3 of each of those floor plates for multiple stories are just circulation. I can't recall ever seeing a garage proposal similar to that. I would imagine that that would be incredibly inefficient, and I would think that there could be a possibility for at least that being lower, if not further away from the adjacent properties. All of this leads us to recommend disapproval because of the impact on the immediately adjacent residential homes. If this were in a different location with the same C2 zoning, it could be appropriate. This is the reason why when we wrote the zoning code, we wanted to have that conditional use request for anything over 60 feet so that that could be shown to the board and, you know, a little bit of rational decision being made as opposed to just being assumed that it's automatic. And with that, we'd recommend disapproval.
Has the commission taken this up yet?
No, sir.
Any questions?
I do.
of
I have a
Mr.
question
Tisha? Yeah.
for Planning Commissioner. You've referenced several times the impact on the residential community. What's the impact that the planning department sees on the residential community?
Well, I'm glad that a light study was provided for the board's consideration, because that would be the first one that would come to mind. One that is perhaps a little bit more difficult to calculate in physical terms is, and in architectural terms, I believe it's referred to as looming.
I'm sorry,
Looming, where you have a 100-foot building that was again referred to as about 4 times the height of the immediately adjacent row homes that are there. If you're standing on the street on Woodall looking at the existing homes, and then you look up and above beyond them and see an incredibly tall building in comparison, in a different setting it might be appropriate. Nobody might think twice about it. But in this location, in this setting, given the property dimensions that are encouraging them to go higher to get the most use possible out of it, I don't think that that would be beneficial for the surrounding properties' values, for the use and enjoyment of them. There may not be any more shadow necessarily from a 100-foot building as compared to a 60-foot building, but that psychological impact, I believe, is there.
Okay. Mr. Wellman, you've finished your case, and Mr. Murphy?
Thank you very much, members of the board. My name is John C. Murphy. I have the honor to represent the residents in this area. I think you understand so far what our position is. The conditional use requires you to consider the character of the neighborhood. Now, Mr. Barry didn't have any interest in it being a residential neighborhood, but it is. There are 77 houses, a block and a half of houses. I think the fact that the residents, it's a small residential area, therefore more greatly impacted. The problem is the height and bulk of the building. That's why all these people are here. They feel threatened because it is a small residential neighborhood, 77 homes, a block and a half. We happen to have sort of separate issue, and that is what's across the street. Domino Sugar, probably the last really great Baltimore industry existing in the city. And there, they carry on very actively at all hours of the night, truck traffic and activity. Right now, the residences are shielded from that by these industrial, low-rise industrial buildings. When you build a high-rise residential building, they'll be looking out directly onto that property. They will certainly be influenced by it. So those are the two reasons that we believe that this is a uniquely adversely affected property by this proposal. Call my first witness. State your name and address.
Thank you. Anthony Vittoria, 1427 Woodall Street.
And where is 1427 Woodall with respect to the property?
If you look at Exhibit A8, or 8A, excuse me, I would be the second row house on the Woodall Street side. The second one in from the structure.
And tell the board how you see the effect of this building on your property.
Sure. So if I could step back again, Anthony Vittoria, 1427 Woodall Street. I'm former president of the Locust Point Civic Association, and I think it's important for the board to realize that the 1401 Woodall Street property was zoned as a last-minute amendment to transform Baltimore. The residents of Baltimore, of Locust Point, weren't notified of this transformation, so it just happened, okay? So, you know, it is C2 now, but no one knew about that until it happened. So I think it's important to know that. My house on this picture is the second house right there, and that is where their property line starts. And so you're talking about, this is a street of two-floor row homes, and literally, I measured it off, 30 feet from their property line that's going to be 100 feet up is my doorstep, my door, okay? So it is right next to me. I'm there all the time. I run my own business. Respectfully, know Mr. Berry, mostly by reputation. He never came and talked to me. He never came, looked at my yard because it's locked. He never came and looked at my house to see if there was any kind of impact. And so frankly, I think his opinion that the impact on my house is de minimis is worthless. I mean, his opinion is just him looking at certain things. And if you look at Exhibit 8, and you compare the shadow that is occurring on my property at 8 a.m. on June 21st at a 60-foot parking garage compared to what's on 8B for a 30-foot building, I think that's a significant change in the amount of light that my property is going to get. And in fact, if you look at 8 a.m. on 8, that covers my house. But the shadow on 8 a.m. for the 30-foot structure is just barely touching my yard, my backyard. So there's a significant impact on me as to light, okay? But as the Planning Commission individual stated, the looming aspect is huge. Again, this is my street, and you're talking about 30 feet from it having a 100-foot building. This is the opposite side of the street down towards the bottom of the block again. These are two-story row houses, and you're talking about a 100-foot building that is about to go there. So I think that the impact is frankly huge to me and to my neighbors, and as you can see, they're all here. We all know each other. This is a tight-knit community. We actually have block parties, and we believe that this looming huge structure that's going to affect light and air and just feeling of neighborhood is a great impact and will frankly ruin the neighborhood. Thank you.
Thank you.
Justin?
Thank you.
Do you have those photos? Maybe just, he referred to those photos. I think we ought to submit them.
Okay.
Take a quick look, thanks.
I'm just gonna put them in.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Please.
I'm Justin Grossman. I live on 1471 Stevenson Street, which is one of the other streets that's directly impacted by this. I'm also a member of the Locust Point Civic Association Board of Directors and its Design Review Committee, and have been involved in the discussions around this proposal and other related proposals for most of the last year. So I have a long history of knowledge of this and what has been occurring. We've prepared a massing study. I can share these with you. The large prints that I have is a duplicate of that would show basically the bulk, not the design, of what they are requesting to build. And you can see in comparison.
This is the same thing, Mr. Wallner.
Thank you.
Right, so Tony's house, as he just mentioned, is the second one in. So Tony would be right here, right? So this is going up Woodall Street. These are all two-story houses, and you can see where 100 feet is in a tiny little alley right across from that. So the looming aspect, the shadow aspect is very much real. These are spatially accurate. They're geospatially located according to Google Map imagery. So they're, as I said, not representations of the designs, but certainly representations of what the mass of what they would be allowed to build would impact on the existing structures of the street. Here's a view looking down Woodall Street. As you can see, even the parking garage, which is of a lower height, is looming over. You can see the shadow that it's casting and how this would feel relative to a pedestrian height for the residents of Woodall Street. And we've got a third one here. This is a view from Stevenson Street, where I live. The unique thing about Stevenson Street that you can see here is that there is an adjacent two-story house that shares a boundary with their proposed built to the extent parking garage. And that's still 5 stories, right, above a 2-story house. So there's quite a bit of difference there. And the other big problem I want to note is that the single entrance and exit to this garage is on Stevenson Street. Stevenson Street is a tiny one-way street with a single 10-foot travel way. And we struggle already with tremendous amounts of cut-through traffic, with tremendous parking problems. Having 85 residences or however many square feet of office, exiting and entering onto Stevenson Street, and then because of its one-way nature, having to go all the way up the street every time they leave, every round trip. This is going to be a tremendous impact on safety and traffic and noise and pollution on our street. My wife and I have lived on Stevenson Street for 12 years. We have a 5-year-old son who attends Baltimore City schools. We are, as I mentioned, I've been a long time involvement as a volunteer in the Locust Point Civic Association. We're involved with the PTA of our local school. We're very, invested in the city, in the neighborhood, and making it better. And if this is going to go in, it's going to completely ruin our street, our quality of life, and we'll probably be forced to leave. So if Baltimore City wants people that are invested in Baltimore City to leave Baltimore City, then I would recommend approving this.
Thank you. Will?
Good afternoon, members of the board. My name is Will Hovell. I'm the chair, the design review chair. Oh, sorry. Last name is J-O, V as in Victor, E-L. Yes, sir. I am the design review chair of the Locust Point Civic Association. I'm here to express the community's unequivocal opposition for the proposed conditional use appeal and adjoining of properties under appeal number, well, I won't repeat the appeal number, but it is the property that we've been discussing, or properties we've been discussing. My role on the committee has been that of the facilitator between the community and developers looking to develop in our neighborhood. And we, as you all know, we have seen a fair amount of development in Locust Point in the last 10 to 15 years. And as such, we've become very nuanced in how we work with not only within our own community, but also as we interface with the development community. Our committee, design review committee, and the task forces that we create to discuss issues just like this typically consist of developers, attorneys, real estate professionals, design professionals, construction folks, engineers. So these are all folks who know, what they're talking about from their respective viewpoints or professional careers. And in many cases, these properties affect where we live, obviously. So in this case, again, we being familiar with how things work, I engaged in this, again, good faith negotiation with the development team. And to be clear, the community is not in opposition to the redevelopment of the subject properties. The community is just asking for a more appropriately scaled development that will not overwhelm or loom over the adjacent residential community or further compromise the neighborhood's quality of life, context, historic nature, and infrastructure, particularly as it relates to traffic, parking, safety, and environmental considerations. Traffic and parking have consistently been the top 2 concerns in our community, as they are in every urban community, we know. But this particular community is stressed a little more than others because of its unique context, which I'll address. But before I jump into that, I just wanted to mention that at our councilman's behest, he introduced the legislation. So at his behest, the LPCA board, our design review committee, have met with the representatives of the team, of the development team, several times to discuss, how we might be able to move forward and see if we could achieve an agreeable solution. The geographic circumstances of the site and surrounding context are unique in that this small residential area, as described or shown, illustrated here in the documents provided by the development team, that this community has been here for a very long time, and it is surrounded by a lot of different industrial or former industrial sites, but none of which are 100 feet. And again, as our council mentioned, you'd be hard-pressed to find two-story houses next to a 60-foot tall or greater building in the city, or in any city for that matter, because of these types of zoning laws. So again, let's see, the other thing I wanted to mention regarding this is that that this is a major form of egress coming out of the community. So if anyone's been to Locust Point, you know that there are 3 ways to get in, and there's only one unfettered way to get into the neighborhood, and that's along Ford Avenue. If you come along the Key Highway extension, or if you come along Andre Street, there are railroad tracks. So this particular condition here actually creates a situation where you always have folks who cut through on Stevenson Street in particular if they see a Domino train here or an Under Armour train up here. So that cut-through traffic presents an immediate danger to the families who live on Stevenson Street in Woodall. As you're driving down Key Highway, you see the railroad, you see the train, you hook that quick right, guess what? There could be a Domino truck coming at you right at this corner, right? And right at this corner, wait, let me make sure, right here. So that intersects right there, right in front of Domino, right in front of this proposed site, and it creates a very dangerous condition, not only for the residents of Woodall Stevenson, but also for the folks coming out of Locust Point, Under Armour, et cetera, and again, creates another pinch point traffic-wise that goes beyond some of the parking issues that we've discussed. The community has established constructive relationships with most of its neighbors, including ASR Domino and 28 Walker Development, where we have worked together to address parking, traffic, and safety challenges that these opposing land uses often present, and we attempted to achieve the same with the development team in this instance, but to no avail. Over the course of several meetings between the LPCA and the development team, the community consistently shared its significant concerns regarding the physical scale and the proposed development, which would have a severe impact on the community by completely looming or overwhelming the immediately adjacent 2-story row homes and compromising the historic character and scale of the residential context. So even the most recent construction in the neighborhood, which is Anthem House, is actually separated by Key Highway from the neighborhood. So at least that creates a little bit of a buffer and a setback between the community and that new construction project, but there's not much relief elsewhere. I mean, really, if you look at greater Locust Point, this community right here is a little isolated, and it's, again, historically it's been that way. And there are many families that have lived there for a very long time, and we certainly don't want to lose them. They, host a great block party every year. They've established great partnerships with Domino, who has invested a lot in, again, building these partnerships locally. So again, I don't want to paint a picture that we are anti-development. We are not. We want to see a more reasonably scaled development. That's the bottom line for us. So here's some of the additional concerns that I wanted to share that were the primary concerns from the community, that the proposed on-site parking, ranging up to 91 spaces, accounts for far fewer occupants than a building of this scale could actually accommodate, which, I mean, according to some calculations, could be over 350 occupants by core factor. Now, again, these numbers are arguable, but this data actually came from a commercial real estate broker who is in the community and on the design review chair. And she was very quick in just adding up numbers and saying, well, it could be this bad. To the development team's credit, they've tried to work with the community, but again, 91 spaces just isn't enough for an area that doesn't have enough spaces in front of Domino or on the streets that are immediately adjacent to the neighborhood. The increase in cut-through vehicular traffic would dramatically increase traffic volume and worsen safety issues on these narrow one-way streets. Again, it's already been addressed, so I won't spend too much time on it, but this narrow street, and again, how the parking garage would entrance out onto Stevenson or exit out onto Stevenson, along with that Domino entrance ramp, creates a very dangerous situation. Let's see. Many residents have also expressed concerns with the construction of a building of this scale, of 100 feet, given that the site disturbance and excavation required would increase the risk for property damage, exposure to contaminants from the former industrial use of these sites, as well as the impact to the structural stability and hydrogeology beneath the adjacent row home foundations. There are underground estuaries underneath these properties. We've seen it. We know it. There are sinkholes forming that we're actually talking about right now in our neighborhood. So we are concerned that this is gonna aggravate the situation. As you probably know, the development team's original proposal was to consolidate and rezone the subject properties to accommodate a 60-foot-tall, 5-story office building with below-grade accessory parking. However, after failing to meaningfully address the community's concerns regarding the scale of the proposed development and its impact to the community, the development team suspended its engagement with residents. They then indicated their intent to redevelop the sites by right to build a 100-foot-tall, multi-family, mixed-use dwelling on the C2-zoned Woodall parcel to accommodate 65 residential uses with structured parking. So there's been some change in terms of the overall program that they've been seeking, but it is still a significant scale. But the bottom line really is that obviously a high-rise structure is even more out of scale in character with the surrounding community. And at this point, we know as, again, real estate professionals that work here, live here, we know what construction costs are. We know that going high-rise on a site like this isn't feasible as a developer. It just doesn't make sense, business sense. So we see this as a strong arm tactic used to say, okay, if we can't build a 5-story building, we're going to build a 100-story building unless you guys get on board and play ball here. So we're not dumb. I mean, we know that, and we try to negotiate, and to the development team's credit, they have reduced a little bit scale-wise. But 5 stories from the very beginning, I communicated to the development team. I said 5 stories is a no-go. 4 stories, maybe. 3 stories, lukewarm. 2 stories, any day in our neighborhood. Just because I know, having dealt with these issues over the last several years, that this is how it's seen. So again, I just wanted to mention that, this is the first time that we've ever failed to achieve a mutually agreeable resolution following several other major developments in the area, totaling over 1 million square feet of development over the last 15 years. Anthem House 1 and 2, McHenry Row 1 and 2, Silo Point, McHenry Point, Under Armour, PUD Expansion, Alta Homes, Beazer Homes, and more. We were able to come to a successful conclusion every time, to an agreeable conclusion every time. This is the first time that we can. And I would argue, or maybe request, that you allow the community to continue this dialogue, but not to change the zoning in the meantime until we can work this out.
Great, thank you.
A couple more things, John, if you don't mind, just because we had some time. The majority of these issues and considerations have been presented to the LPCA during its general community meetings throughout the year. Not once was there a dissenting or opposing vote. There's been some differences in mindset in terms of what's an agreeable scale, but not one person voted for this proposed development at the proposed scale. So in closing, the scale of this proposed development is in direct contradiction of the Appeals Board's mission and goals to promote the health, security, morals, and general welfare of the surrounding community, as well as to prevent overcrowding of the land, avoid undue concentration of population, and provide adequate light and air, reducing congestion in the streets. So accordingly, we request that you deny their appeal. Thank you, John.
Well, Matt. Now, Matt, you're president.
Yes.
Give your name and address.
My name is Matt Farkosky, Farcosky. I'm the president of the LPCA. My address is 1419 Loman Street.
Farkosky, F-A-R.
Cosky.
You're president of what?
The Locust Point Civic Association.
Okay.
Thank you
It's
for
a
your...
high-paying job, I assume.
Yeah, the benefits are incredible too.
Now, let me ask you this. You met with the other presidents of the other neighborhood associations in Locust Point?
Yes.
Who are they?
We have a coalition of South Baltimore.
Give me their names.
The names of the presidents?
No, the names of the associations.
Riverside, Otterbein, Federal Hill South, Federal Hill Main Street, Ritz-Carlton, Key Highway Community Association, and South Baltimore Neighborhood Association.
And did each one of those associations take a position with respect to this project?
In the meeting, they all voiced their opposition in support of Locust Point.
Fine. Thank you very much.
Oh, and one more thing, we have 240 signatures. That is a petition specific to this.
Do you want us to make that part of the record?
Yes, please. And it's specific to this development.
Can I ask one question while you're here?
Yes.
guess I could have asked it of the last witness. You said there's, the issue is a project of this scale. And obviously there've been negotiation back and forth of what scale of project would be permissible or agreeable to Locust Point. What is that level? Does anybody have an answer?
That's a great question. We've been able to identify what is agreeable to Locust Point with all the other developers by having negotiations with them and having a two-way negotiation with those developers. We are totally willing to negotiate an appropriate scale. However, we weren't able to continue those negotiations, and now we're at a point where we either have to live with a 99-story structure, 99-foot structure, or not. We would love to have some more negotiations and
I think part of the problem too is that it's cheek by jowl with the residential area, with the houses. No, they want to take away all the setbacks. And those setbacks, a setback is an open space between the residences and this very tall building. That's basically the problem that's made this very, very difficult to reach any compromise on. Thank you. Now, I've been saving the best witness for the last.
Thank you.
He's going to be terrific. His name is Peter O'Malley.
Well, at least I'll be brief, or I'll try. My name is Peter O'Malley. I'm Vice President for Corporate Relations of American Sugar Refining Incorporated, which is the owner of the Domino Sugar Refinery across the street from the proposed development. Mr. Chairman, I'd like to share some exhibits with the board, if I might. Thanks. The issue before the board is whether or not to approve this conditional use. We oppose this appeal because a 99-foot building at the corner of Key Highway East in Woodall creates adverse effects surrounding properties that exceed the usual negative effects associated with the building this height in the district. Our business has operated in Baltimore for 96 years. We provide over 600 direct jobs. We make 6.6 million pounds of sugar a day, on a good day, and we generate more than 33,000 truck trips a year, all of them through our gate, our single gate at Key Highway East and Woodall. Our MI zoning district, Maritime Industrial, is the most intense use district in the city, where operations are not only permitted, but encouraged. Inherent to industry are things like noise, light, vibration, emissions, dust, and truck traffic, truck idling, picking up and putting down trailers. While the proposed use may not create real harm or disturbance elsewhere in the C2 district, the board must consider this particular site in this particular neighborhood with its very unique characteristics, traffic patterns, and uses. We believe there are several reasons why the board should reject this use. Number one, the local community is more negatively affected by the conditional use because of its unique situation. There is no other parcel in the C2 zoning district that sits sandwiched between the R8 district on two sides, the Maritime Industrial District on another side, and the I-1 district on yet another. It also sits across the street from the third largest sugar refinery in the world. We also have a 1-acre truck lot across Stevenson Street from the proposed development and generates about 50 truck trips a day, all of them back and forth from that location to our main gate right in front of the development. Two, the proposed use would generate more traffic on Stevenson Street and create unsafe traffic patterns due to the residential nature of that street and the truck traffic on that block of Key Highway East, again going back and forth between our two locations. I think Will and some other witnesses already testified to that. Three, Key Highway East is a dedicated truck route that serves not only Domino Sugar, but the Tide Point office complex and the North Locust Point Marine Terminal, specifically Westway. Approving conditional use at this particular location, a spot that experiences a high volume of industrial traffic, will subject more residents to truck traffic and its attendant noise, vibrations, and emissions, over and above what you might find elsewhere in the C2 district. Four, at significant expense, our company installed a solar panel array on the building across the street from the proposed use several years ago. A consultant certified by the North American Board of Certified Energy Practitioners produced a solar survey, and that's Exhibit 5 in your packet. It shows the shadow from the conditional use will reduce the amount of energy produced by our solar panels. I think the witness from Mosley produced his own shadow exhibits. Unfortunately, it cuts off at Key Highway East and doesn't show our property. I think he did testify that the shadow does go across a parking lot at our Domino Sugar lot, and that's where this building sits. You can see that in Exhibit 1 in your packet. The conditional use decreases our energy generation, lowers our return on investment, and compromises the productive life of the solar installation. The negative effect of the conditional use is specific to this particular location. 5, the nature of the proposed development and design contribute to increased noise for residents. At only 50 feet wide, you see how slender the lot is. The design for the structure as submitted to the board has no floors that step back from the street as it reaches a height of 99 feet. Therefore, all the floors of the building are subjected to the noise produced on the truck route below without the buffer that might be afforded by having those lower floors out further to the street and the upper floors set back. Mr. Chairman, our industrial operation is not going away. Our factory is more productive now than ever before. If the board approves the conditional use, our company and Councilman Costello will have to deal with complaints from renters of these expensive apartments who not only have a great water view, but a front row seat to all those activities and features that make our MI district the heaviest use in town. These inherent conflicts in land use are daily and very real issues for residents and businesses that should be avoided whenever possible. We must be able to continue to operate our business without this encroachment. The adverse effects the conditional use will have on the community at this location are unique, different, and more intense than anywhere else in the C2 district generally. We're not talking about Little Italy or Liberty Road or North Avenue. We're talking about Key and Woodall. We ask that after reviewing this case, you find that conditional use will cause disharmony and does not serve the public interest. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you.
That's my presentation.
Okay.
And we have some opportunity for witnesses to say, very briefly, B-E-R-Y, B-R-I-E-F-L-Y.
Which could be subjective.
And don't repeat what's been heard, but say very briefly to the chairman and the members of the committee what your concerns are. Give
Thank
your
you for
address,
allowing me
name
an
and address
opportunity.
first.
Thank you for allowing me an opportunity to speak to you all today. My name is Laura Faulkner. It's L-A-R-A, if you need that for the record. I've been a resident on Woodall Street for 20 years. My husband and I own 3 properties on the street. The reason we've owned 3 homes on the street is because we can't find anywhere better in the city to live. And I'm a realtor. I've been a realtor for 15 years. I sell Baltimore City. We moved from 1406, we moved up to 1440. We have our son in public schools here. We support public schools, we support local businesses. Baltimore City needs to retain residents like us. I have lived in Baltimore for 30 years. My husband works here, I work here. We own several properties throughout the city as rental income. That is our livelihood. We believe in this city. I do need to take a little more time. I can't be brief. I'm not going to take a long time because I don't want to take away from my neighbors here. But I need to speak to you about our block parties and how much that has enriched the lives of not just the new residents, but the old residents who have lived there all their lives. I've managed to organize these for the past 2 years, and it has brought new life and a sense of community to this block. We are a unique community. We are cut off. We are a peninsula, as you know, Locust Point is, but we are cut off also by a bridge area access, which is the 1,000 and 1,100 blocks of Ford Avenue, and also then again by Lawrence Street, where Anthem House is. So we are unique. Everybody's talked about density, traffic, parking, all of these things. I want to talk to you about the people who live there, and I think it holds a lot of weight for what we've invested, not just in these residential streets, but in this city. Like I said, you can see so many people here have children, and we send all of them to public school, all of them. We fought for them. We've been very willing to work with the community to work with developers. I spoke with Dan on a couple occasions and welcomed him coming back to the table. As I said, I've lived in the community a long time. I did serve on the board as well for 4 years, and we've been able to work with developers to come up with smart, responsible development. We are not anti-development. We want smart, we want reasonable, safe, good for the community, good for future neighbors. All of this is important to us. Just a couple other points I want to bring up. Not opposing the development, but opposing the scale of what is there, is that Mr. Womack, I'm not an attorney, and I know that there were some questions asked about knowledge of the properties when they were purchased. They were by two separate owners. 1401 was an owner, Stevenson Street was an owner. He asked his client directly, did you know the zoning of the Woodall Street property when you purchased it? He responded, yes, C2. Well, he knew what Stevenson Street was zoned as well. It was zoned industrial. At the time of purchase, that's what it was zoned. I don't know what else I can say other than that I really do hope that you hold the weight of the community and of the residents there in consideration. You've heard from these guys. I've sat in with the traffic, the safety, all of these other issues. I want you to hear from us about our livelihood, how much we fight for this community, but also how much we fight for this city.
All right, thank you very much.
Nils.
Very brief.
Very
Tell
brief.
the board your name and address. Tell the board your objection to this.
All right. My name is Nils Schroeder, Schroeder. I'm at 1441 Woodall. I echo everything everybody else has said, and I won't repeat it, but I'll say they said that there's no impact going from 60 feet to 90 feet. I know every one of my neighbors. When I walk my dog, my wife walks my dog, we see these people, we see these faces. 3 more stories of apartments is 3 more stories of people that we have to meet. With the high turnover of apartments, to say there's no impact, that's more people that we don't know, that's more people that we feel, our safety is a concern. 77 houses, we all know each other. Putting something like this in that area is more people we don't know. Whether or not the light is affected by us is not really a concern of mine, but the more people that are in there is a concern. Thank you.
Thank you.
Name and address, why you're opposed.
Hi, my name is Memple Yan, and I just closed on a house 2 or 3 days ago. Last name is Yan, Nyain. First name is Menplay, Menplay. So we looked, when we were looking for a house, me and my fiance, we looked more than 30 houses. And she saw this house on this block. I live at 1230. It's about 20 feet away from where this building garage is going to be on Stevenson. So we looked, she saw this house, she fell in love with it. It was a little more pricey, but I told her, I'm like, we're gonna get it because you love this house. It's a great neighborhood, it has a great view. It's such a, it's such a beautiful place. So we were able to get it, and then on the day of closing, we learned about this big development that's gonna destroy our livelihood. Our house is built 1880. We're about 20 feet away from this. I pour all my savings into this. Like, I worked very hard and pour all my savings into it. So it's gonna severely impact us. I don't know if our house, I'm not an engineer, I don't know if our house can stand all of that construction. It was built in 1880. And there's no way you can tell me, I don't know what studies they're doing, but there's no way you can tell me that building that high 20 feet away from us is not going to affect us, or the lighting or shading and so forth. So with that being said, it's a new life for us. We just started, and we look forward to living in this neighborhood, interacting with our new neighbors. Everyone seemed very nice, and we don't think that this would be a good idea. So I think it should not be approved.
Thank you.
Good afternoon. My name is Brian Hotchkiss. Last name's Hotchkiss. I'm at 1456 Stevenson Street, so I'm about 5 houses down. Brian? I'm about 5 houses down on the side that the building is being proposed on. So I'd be right up close next to the parking garage. The main thing that I'm going to mention is the pedestrian traffic. So since there's limited parking and everything's pretty close in that area, another 30 feet, another few stories of people living in that area. We already get some noise from people walking down the area. So going over to McHenry Road, going to the parks there, going to the grocery store, just a ton of noise and traffic from people walking along, walking their dogs. So the additional height with a lot more people, it's going to be a lot more noise walking right along in front of all of our houses. That's in addition to other things that have been mentioned. That's something I haven't heard yet. So thank you.
Thanks.
Hello, Brent Ludke, Ludtke, 1430 Woodall Street. I was TKE. The traffic is a nightmare already before the building's even built. Brent, Brent. Traffic's a nightmare. Rush hour, Thursday, Friday, Saturdays. You can't even get the Key Highway. Stevenson Street, I feel bad for those people. It's hard enough to drive on that street as it is. Even walking on, I mean, it's tight, super tight. But beyond the traffic, I also invested in solar that I'm still paying for 3 years straight now. And of course, there'll be a shadow cast across my roof, which my investment, on top of being my house, I moved in 94. I didn't plan on moving. I'm not a transient. I'm not going to go rent a $3,000 a month apartment just to move again and to the next hipster hotspot. On top of that, nobody brought up the maybe another 100 dogs might be there, which a lot of these transients don't feel like they have to clean up after themselves. On top of the Bizzuto, Bizzuto puts about 6 dumpsters right on Ford Avenue twice a week, maybe more than that. I just see them a lot. A 100-story building is going to be a lot of trash. How are they going to get rid of it? And we're working class. We all go to work, and we all have kids. We got to get the kids at school, and we got to get to work. This building will definitely keep us from getting to our jobs and getting to schools on time. There'll be at least 2 years of building, which every day we will be, stopped. We'll have to stop and wait. Every morning, every afternoon, coming home. People on Stevenson Street, I really don't know how they're going to do it at all. And I didn't plan on moving, but like the guy in Stevenson said, I think Matt, we may have to move. And I've been there since 94. There's usually only one house up for sale, and that's usually somebody that you knew was going to move anyway. Now there's a lot of real estate signs, and it's sad. It's really sad. And trash, dogs, on top of the other impacts. Thanks.
Thank you.
I have something different to tell you. My name is Crystal Ludke, Ludtke, 1430 Woodall Street. I'm a clinical social worker. I have 2 children. I've lived there for 10 years. I have a 6-year-old and a 4-year-old. My 6-year-old was never exposed to lead paint. Lived in this home, had the same daycare. My 4-year-old was exposed to lead paint. Now that I see how this process works and how we value the opinions of public health by whom determines the developers determining the public health opinion, nobody can tell me that the Anthem House did not cause the lead paint exposure. It was very low. It's not in the system anymore. But I am here as a parent, and I'm staying on that street because I sold my house in the county, and I'm staying in Baltimore. I think there is a health risk for us living there and our children to all the land being developed. This land, if you research it, I don't know this one, but the one up the street was uncontaminated land. So if you can guarantee no public effect on that, my concern is the environmental and the digging for my children and my family.
But wouldn't you have the same digging, be it a 30-story or a 90-story?
Absolutely.
You're opposed to anything.
My is environmental concerns for the community at 30, 60, 90, anything is my view, is why I'm speaking for environmental problems and concerns.
Okay, thank you.
I'll spell my name. That's Josh. Last name is Pincus. There's a hyphen. Sokoloff. Just call me Josh. The reason why I wanted to say something, I'm at 1474 Stevenson Street. The biggest concern that has not been brought up yet that my wife has been hammering home is who are we getting to fill the 57 or 51 units when we already have, I mean, it's tons of vacancies still at Anthem House, tons of vacancies over at Porter Street. There's tons of development, and we're unclear how we're supposed to be filling all of this development. And even if it gets filled for a couple years through rentals, none of these are things where people have to really put down roots. The economy turns. We have 5 giant skyscrapers that are now uninhabited, and just, you know, that's where people hang out to turn a neighborhood from a really nice neighborhood to a neighborhood with a lot of folks slinking around a building that's not inhabited. So I think that's another concern when we approve a giant tall building. We already have a bunch of them around, and they're not renting. I mean, I don't know who's planning on renting them, but those townhouses, build 3-story townhouses, they'll sell real quick. I'm sure y'all can make some money. Thank you.
Thank you.
My name is Hans Graff. I live at 1416 Woodall Street. I just wanted to mention that if you are a resident on Woodall Street and want to put an addition on your house, there are setback requirements. You have the setback, the 3rd floor, 10 feet from the street, and that's all about the sense of scale for that street. So they have things in place for residents to maintain the scale of it. Also, they talked about looming presence. There are several people who have roof decks. You can occupy roofs completely, so that is actually a 4th surface to a house or a 5th surface to a house. So that has an effect as well. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, I'm Dana Bisker. I'll be very brief. That's B as in boy, I-S-K-E-R. I live on 1124 East Fort Avenue, probably different than most of the people here, so I wanted to speak on Fort Avenue. I see a lot of congestion as it is on Fort Avenue through all of the Under Armour traffic and just regular neighborhood traffic. I see everyone sitting outside at the end of the day. I'm an assistant principal, so I get home pretty late. But on those days that I do get home early, I'm sitting in traffic. Now, what my concern is when everyone comes up Stevenson and then intersects with Fort, there is a light at Woodall. There is not a light at Stevenson. I see many potential accidents, and there have been some that have occurred with people trying to make a left onto Fort. With that heavy traffic, it is unsafe. And as everyone has said, I'm not a parent, but I see many children and families that live in these 2 streets and are very invested in the community. I'm school-based. As I said, I'm assistant principal, and I see the community that is being built here, the diverse community that has intertwined with FSK, and really, you don't want to lose these types of people and this community to help build and create that diversity within Baltimore City. It's just a really great pocket that I see growing and thriving, so please consider that. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
How you doing? James Young, 1435 Woodall Street. Bought my house there 10 years ago with my grandfather, who owned it since, I think, 58. Like some people said, this is really tight in the community. We sit out on our stoops, which we still call the stoops. We drink beer with each other. We get to know one another. What scares me more than anything is the infrastructure problems that we already have it on the street, and with that kind of like development in general. My house was built in 1880, and it, I'm afraid of the foundation or anything else around the, like I said, infrastructure in general. But like we all said before, we're just like a really tight-knit community. We have the block parties and all, so we actually just recently put our house up for sale for other reasons. But I hate to actually sell a house to somebody, and then like the one gentleman was saying, no, you're gonna find out there's a huge building gonna be, pretty much built behind it. But because I'm actually directly right behind it. But like I said, I'm cool with something that would fit the community better. But oh shit, I just wanted to pretty much say that we are tight in the community. I like to keep it that way. And Domino Sugars does work with us, and this is one of the things I remember as a child going to that house, seeing the big Domino Sugar sign. It's part of our community. But we welcome anybody, I guess, that's going to actually help build on our level. But if not, we're trying to get out. Thank you guys, appreciate it.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Mr. Murphy, anything else? All right, thank you. Mr. Wallman.
Thank you. Very briefly, I call Mr. Sullivan back up to rebut the solar panel argument and shadow testimony. Mr. Sullivan, you've had a chance to review the documents provided by Mr. O'Malley from Domino Sugar regarding the shadows and their effect on the solar panels. The question I have for you, and I think the board probably would have, would be, would the effect on the solar panels be any different at 100 feet or 60 feet, which would be the per right permitted height?
Right. after a brief review of this document, it appears to me that they've got two scenarios here, one showing the additional height along Key Highway, the 100-foot, and then they've got a 60-foot exhibit. It appears that they would have the same impact in terms of a shadow on those adjacent solar panels from down their shoulder.
And that basically goes to what I'll, at this time, if it pleases the board, I'll sort of provide a brief summary of where we are in this matter.
Let me give, Mr. Murphy, did you want to?
Yeah, Mr. O'Malley's going to just address this briefly.
Yeah, in Exhibit 5, there's two reports. One shows the height of the building at 99 feet at that C2 lot. The other one shows the front at 99. Actually, the other one shows it all at 60. With the 60-foot tall building, we lose 1%, and then 3 times that with a 99-foot height building. And I asked the board to use your common sense. The development sits in between our solar panels and the sun. You can see how close they are. It's about 60-foot throw from their building to our building with the solar panels on. So when you go out 39 feet from 60 foot to 99 feet, there's more of an impact.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. I'd just ask if Mr. Sullivan and his expert opinion agree with that statement.
Based upon what I'm seeing here, in terms of the shadow throw, it looks to be about the same. Certainly the 100-foot goes farther beyond that small building, but it's impacting the same amount of area.
Okay.
And obviously, we just heard about a 1% and 3% impact as well. And also, I don't think there's any clarification as to what time of year the shadow study is. I've just got a lot of questions about what's being submitted.
You say that, Mr. O'Malley?
I say there is an impact. There's a quantifiable impact.
Oh.
And their report did not show the shadow as it crosses our property.
Good.
But he did testify that a shadow goes across our parking lot, and that's where the building sits.
Okay.
You can look at the overhead parking lot to the east.
Right.
Okay.
Again,
Sure.
Again, I'd like you to respond to, based on your
When
expertise.
I
Thank you.
mentioned the parking lot, I was referring to the parking lot to the east of the building, not across Key Highway. I think in our study, the summertime, we broke out summertime and wintertime conditions. I think this is, what I'm looking at here is more reflective of the wintertime condition when the sun angles much lower, so you're going to get a much farther throw in terms of a shadow. In our document, the summertime condition, the shadow does not pass through about the midpoint of Key Highway relative to this property.
And again, I would, and thank you for that testimony. It sort of leads me to the beginning of my summation, if it pleases the board and opposing counsel. I've no doubt that this proposed development has a negative impact on the surrounding properties. I think what's important to remember is the legal standard in this case, and it's very important. I know the board is very familiar with the difference between conditional uses and variances. Conditional uses are presumed to be permitted. The standard is the adverse effect above and beyond, which is why I highlighted that question to Mr. Berry, other locations in C2 districts. You can look at Exhibit 1, Exhibit 3. There are other C2 districts that abut row houses. The aerial photographs show that. You can ask for conditional use at 100 feet at those locations. The sun angle is different at those locations. The impact would be greater on light and air. There is no grade change at those locations. There is no large thoroughfare running through those locations like Key Highway East. I think there is ample evidence in the record that this is not the worst place that you could request for 100 feet in the C2 district. And that's the standard under the law and the case law. And I have a memorandum that I did submit earlier, but I have copies for the board for the reference. I already provided a copy to opposing counsel. I think what this case boils down to, and the planning staff report reflects this, is I think there's a fundamental problem that the neighbors and the planning department have with C2 zoning on Key Highway. But that's not what you're here to decide. If you look at some of the emails that you've received from the neighbors, a lot of them mistakenly reference you're approving or denying a zoning change. And I don't know where they're being led to that conclusion, but that is not the issue before the board. The C2 zoning is in place. Our argument obviously is that the C2 zoning should have included the adjacent pieces. Commissioner Fields asked the question about what scale would be appropriate. Again, we do not want to get into the history of all this, but I can just state that our take on this would be that we attempted other scales and other projects, and we simply could not reach any agreement on anything. And unfortunately, because we can't spread a 60-foot floor plate into the I-1 lots, we are now forced to look at what we can do on the C2 property. You're not here to decide whether or not the C2 zoning is appropriate. What you're here to decide is whether or not a conditional use is approvable under the law. And I'll quote one piece of language from the Court of Appeals in a leading case regarding this looming effect, because I think we've put to rest the light and air argument via our exhibits and our testimony. There was some testimony from Mr. Tizo about the psychological effect of looming. And the Court of Appeals state that the court rejected in the Anderson case that a special exception, or in this case conditional use, they are analogous, requests should be denied because of the depressing psychological effects deemed inherent to the operation of a funeral home. There was no probative evidence offered that the depressing effect of the funeral home would be any greater at the proposed location than in any other residential area in the same zone where it was allowed by special exception. And that's the standard in this case. I can't recall if Chairman Bonaventure was here for this case or not, but I hearken back to the beans and bread case, which is a conditional use case. Commissioner Bonner, you may have been present for that case. Sort of hard to forget that one. And it was appealed all the way up to the Court of Special Appeals, and the approval of the conditional use was upheld at every level. And that case, you'll well remember, involved the construction of a homeless center directly adjacent to a small row house on an alley street. The street was Dallas Street, if you remember. It was a small alley street. And obviously there are negative impacts of such a request. And the testimony was very similar to the testimony we've heard today. And these are all decent people. I happen to live in this area. Maybe I won't be able to after this case, but I live down there as well. These are good people, understand their concerns. I understand their testimony regarding the negative impact. But the problem is this. This is an urban environment. The map that we had up on the board shows that you've got a mix of uses, a mix of zoning classifications that permits these things. And it's important to remember, a conditional use is permitted. It is presumed to be permitted, and we enjoy that presumption. We argued that in the beans and bread case, and the conditional use for the homeless center to build right adjacent to Ms. Hammer, you may remember Ms. Hammer's house on Dallas Street, was upheld. The standard is not whether or not this is going to have a negative impact. The standard is whether it's above and beyond anywhere else in a C2 zone. I would argue that we've met our argument, our burden, in that sense, and that the opposition hasn't met its burden, which does shift to them to show that how this is above and beyond worse than any other C2 district in Baltimore City. I think if you look at Exhibit 3, you'll see there's a stretch of C2 that runs right along on Harvey Street adjacent, another small street adjacent to homes where arguably it could be worse to put a 100-foot building there. So with that, I'll submit at this time. Thank you.
Gentlemen, I'm sorry, go ahead.
Did you conduct a traffic study?
I'm glad you asked that, Commissioner Cunningham. We actually, early on, and Mr. Goodyear could certainly testify if you want him to regarding some more detail. We've been working with the Department of Transportation early on. They've had certain opinions regarding the amount of traffic, or frankly the lack thereof, on Stevenson Street. We even have a hand-drawn sketch that DOT provided us as we look to continue to work with them to address ingress and egress, et cetera. To answer your question directly, I don't believe a traffic study in itself has been ordered. We are in the Middle Branch traffic mitigation zone, so I think under the new traffic mitigation requirements, the study may not be required, but I would certainly indicate that we're meeting with DOT and working with DOT regarding those issues.
Great. Any other questions? Gentlemen, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Could I just respond briefly?
Well, Mr. Murphy, we set out the rules. As I said, we gave, as we typically do in all of our cases, we gave the appellant the ability to present his case. We gave you the ability to present your opposition, and we closed with the appellant. That's what we do in all of our cases. And that's what I stated up front.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
No, we're going to stick by our rules. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
We're off the record. Are we missing a case?
What's on the docket?
There was a gentleman
we
that
will, yeah.
asked about that. That was never on today's agenda.
We're gonna, excuse me, we're gonna vote in a few minutes. We're gonna discuss it and vote in a few minutes. Yeah, sure.
Sat there all day.
I didn't see, there's not on our list.
Well, I'm not saying
Yeah.
it's on your list or not on your list.
From my prior hearing?
Yeah, it was postponed from like 2 weeks ago. But actually, I had it wrong on my schedule 2 weeks ago. I called him that afternoon when I realized it. I says, hey, we're gonna reschedule it. He says, yes, I need you to change the sign, put this date on it, and
Okay. Give us a call tomorrow, and we can do it. I mean, she wasn't on the docket, so we can't hear it.
Sorry about that.
it was a great education, but